I went to a Florida State game with Lou Holtz was at Notre Dame. And it was unbelievable. The whole and then getting the horse going down at 50 yard line and throwing his spear down, that was freaking unbelievable. I'm like, holy crap, West Coast has nothing on these guys.
But like we were just talking about, the money. I've been fortunate enough to go to a couple games in the South, and SEC football, there's nothing like it. Like, people can say whatever they want. I'm a West Coast guy. I will still say I love the West Coast, but there's nothing like it. I mean, you get out at 8 in the morning for a 4 in the afternoon game, and there's a 70-year-old couple that are just dressed to the nines in a full gown and a suit with a tie, already drinking cocktails, getting ready for the game. I mean, they love their football in the South, and the way they tailgate and the way they go about it is like you said, the West Coast just doesn't get it. I mean, unless you've been to a game, like I need to go to a Big Ten game. I still have never been to one on the road. He's getting to go to Wisconsin. Who is it? It's Wisconsin. I forgot who she's going to, but Ohio State. She's going to Wisconsin to watch, girls
Ohio
trip,
State
of course.
Illinois is just up the street from me. It's 2.5 hours away. What's Iowa? 2.5 hours, I think, is way too. But gosh, I was going to say something about that. Oh well.
Bear, when you say you're at practice, is it summer stuff for your college, or is it?
No. So Sean Patchell, right?
Of course I do.
Yeah,
the lefty.
86 out of Irvine. No, was it Irvine? Yeah, Irvine High School. Anyways, he's the women's coach here.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's last year was his first year, maybe, or has he been here 2 years? I helped him get the job, actually.
Awesome.
Yeah, and so he's in. I can never say this correctly. Nicaragua. Yeah.
So you're running his practice for him.
So he asked me to run his practice today and Wednesday.
Is he surfing?
He's with his boys down there, or his boy down there for, I don't know why, but it was a celebration of something.
Mission.
Got it.
Maybe he's going on his mission. Maybe that's what it is, or he just got back from it or something. Yeah.
I love Sean.
He's a great guy.
I don't know why I don't see him as much being from the OC, and we, here and there. Anytime I do run into him, there's just nothing but love, man. I love playing against him. He's just like you said, he's just such a good dude. Why don't we get him on the pod?
He'd be on. He would love it.
I'd love to have him on here.
A couple things with him. I was going through my basketball scrapbook about a year ago when I was moving, right? And I was just looking at some things, and I got to the page where there's like box scores of all the games I played, right? And I looked at Irvine, and I'm like, I wonder how many points I scored on that, And this is 86, and I don't remember how many. And then Patchell was on there too, and I go, that had to be Sean, and I didn't realize it. And we played against each other in high school and didn't even know it in basketball, not even volleyball.
Yeah, I'm sure he could hoop. I mean, who wasn't back in our generation that were athletes? It wasn't like, he just played volleyball. Like, they were athletes. Everyone was athletes. Crazy.
We had a great time too. We took the Pan Am Cup team, I think it was like 2012, down to the Dominican Republic. And he was the head coach, and I was the assistant coach, and we won a gold medal down there. It was pretty sweet.
Dude, how many places have you actually gone to coach? Countries?
To coach? Out of the country? Or
out of the country?
Twice out of the country, I think. Or
I don't know. I was Ireland.
Well, I guess when I was in Ireland, I traveled a little bit too. I mean, I went to England and Luxembourg a couple times, and Latvia.
This is probably a great segue. And I don't want to talk too much about it yet. I'm sure you're going to do your thing. But do you ever sit back, Bear, literally, and I mean this, because I have been this last weekend, I was a lot of reflection. Do you ever just sit back on a Saturday by yourself and go, wow, look what I've done? I was a guy that came out of Golden West. I went to play at Long Beach. And look what you just talked about. All these countries you've been in and coached in. And wow, what a career and an experience and journey for you through volleyball.
Well, it's been unbelievable what I've gotten to do. And I know there's other guys that have gotten to do a ton of things more, but I would have never thought in a million years I've gotten to do what I've gotten to do. And a lot of it is some of it was skill and talent, all right, but a lot of it was just knowing the right people and being
hard
in the
work.
right place at the right time. Like we talked about this before, like when we were in Colombia, out of the country again, one of the greatest trips of my life.
Mine too.
And I thought it was Esau, but maybe it was somebody else. But set me up with their agent, and that gave me the opportunity to go across seas and play over in Europe.
But
just
you're
from
the
that, just
5%.
kind of be in the right place in the right
You're
time.
the 5% that has gone international for USA, for whatever. 5% of the coaches in the country, and then forget about the people that get to do what you've done. I mean, that's just amazing.
I'll tell you that Paul Mitchell team was one of the greatest things that's ever happened. And it was just, I got a call from Delhi one morning going, get your ass down to the gym. We're short, right? And I rolled out of bed, played a little bit, probably played horrible, but whatever. And then I got asked back next week or the next tournament. And it snowballed from there. And I didn't even know you, Coley, until then.
Yeah.
I mean, I know who you were, but
No,
we
no,
we know
exactly.
who you were, yeah.
But, it goes to show you, like we talk about all the time, is like, if you don't put yourself out there, if you don't take the swing at the bat, you're never going to hit the ball, right? And so, and if you keep swinging, sooner or later, you're going to hit the ball. And if you put yourself in if you put yourself in situations, good things happen to good people. Good things happen to positive thoughts. And like you said, you got around people that you knew. You got an opportunity, and you took the opportunity and seized it. And like you said, you decide to play volleyball, you get this opportunity, now you've coached, you've won gold medals. Like people would dream to just play one tournament, let alone, multiple tournaments in multiple countries, in multiple gold medals as a player and a coach.
It's unbelievable. Even like playing for Paul Mitchell, right? I mean, I was in awe of all you guys. Most of you guys were all Americans. I'm a kid from Golden West College, right? 3 times. And, it's just like being in the right place at the right time. We're in Tulsa. Alan had to leave to go to, I didn't play much in Tulsa, and Alan had to leave to go play 4-man somewhere.
By the way, we smashed everyone before they all left. We smashed everyone, if you remember. Go ahead.
And I got called into the big game, to the finals. And I hardly had played, and I got to play, and we were on TV, and it was unbelievable, and we won. And I used some of that film to give to an agent to get over to Europe. It was just kind of being in the right place at the right time, and it's weird how things work.
That we don't talk about Tulsa as much because maybe it wasn't one of the crazier ones where we did, taking our shirts off and singing and getting in vans.
We had the Rockettes or somebody across the hall from us. That was pretty rad.
That was pretty rad. You're right on that. And the drinking with the thing with the Rockettes underneath. I think that was E-Rap and Geet. But
hitting golf balls out the window out of our hotel room was pretty fun.
At least it was into the grass.
On the carpet.
It was
into a park.
It was into a park, right? No, but like that Tulsa thing, it's the epitome of what sports is all about and what team is all about. Henkel gets hurt.
Yeah,
Alan Presh leave to go play at the 4-man. Next man up. Next person up. Who do we got? Like you said, you have Hoff, who's sitting on the bench, doesn't even play half the time, comes in roofs. David Jack, and one of the best roofs I've ever seen. Like that elevated us. But like you, Bear, you're part of the team. You place all of us in different ways. And Henkel rolls his ankle. He goes out. He comes back in.
He's a stud. He was a stud that night.
And we win. And I remember, you know what I remember the most about that is just being in the hotel room, not the room, but till probably 4 a.m, all of us up like we had just won the world championship, in the NBA. Like it was unbelievable.
Schroeder set. Sully, you and Cooch were there too.
I was there in Oklahoma, Massachusetts, Tulsa, Memphis, Tulsa.
It was unbelievable. It was.
You had to come in and pass, didn't you, Sully? Didn't you have to come in and pass for a little bit when Henkel got hurt? Someone did.
My job was to when you guys weren't there during before nationals, right? To qualify. Remember we had to qualify.
You had to qualify back in those days.
Yeah. I played those all the time, and I say it all the time, and even Pesto's like, dude, everybody's talking about you. They want to know where you played. Where are you? Who are you? And I'm like, I was playing behind Knipe and Winslow and Hilliard. What do you mean? Tell you? But I killed it. Biggs' brother, Paul, he would take stats. I was hitting 840s. I was hitting 800s. He goes, you're unbelievable. And this is against Rafael Chelino. This is against other guys that I played against, and other teams that weren't on Paul Mitchell. So that was my proud moment, right? Was the fact that I just got to play against these All-Americans during, I guess, what we call them, qualifying matches, in the warehouses, right? Then a lot of you guys couldn't show up and I was unstoppable. That was a big, big deal for me. And then just to be included with you guys was to me, it was like, okay, I can play at this level. I proved myself, but I did know my place. I do, but the one time I said, Geeter, and I think you came in, you Geeter and Eddie Rapp came in my hotel room when I killed it during Pole Am.
Yeah.
Wallace sent me match point, put it away, and then you guys are like, "Oh, Sully's on fire. He's got to play." And Alan's like, "No, I'm in town. Like, what are you fucking talking about?"
That was in Holyoke, I think, wasn't it?
Massachusetts. Yep, it was in
Holyoke.
Massachusetts. We were going to play Ukrainian. The Ukrainians at the end.
The lights went out. Remember that?
Yep. You guys came into my hotel room and you guys just said, "We need to tell you what's going on, and we feel so bad. You played awesome. We think it's it's kind of a week that you're not going to be able to play." Blah blah. But you guys were honest. I'll never ever ever forget that. The fact that you guys had my back ever.
Well, we always do, but it's again go back to you, Bear. It's about team, and that's lost today, and I understand why, but it is about team. And that's why people play team sports. And if you don't want to play them, go play something else. I mean, golf and tennis are amazing. I love watching those sports. Just, if you want to count on yourself, great. And, that's what made that Tulsa, and Massachusetts for that matter. But it's just we were a team and everyone was fine. Maybe fine's not the right word. Like no one wants to sit on the bench. Nobody. No. And in my later years, for a lot of the later years, that was my role. Like I didn't play as much as I used to, and I wasn't good enough. But that's the other thing that bothers me about sports today.
It's a little humbling, isn't it?
It is humbling. But listen, I wasn't, and I can use my ankles. I just wasn't, and so I played when I got to play. It was great, and when they needed me, there were times where I still came in. But it's about playing on a team, and it's about roles. And that Paul Mitchell, people can say what they want about nationals, good or bad. We competed. And we every time that ball rolled out, we wanted to win, and it mattered. And everyone on that team bought in to being on that team. And it goes back to you in Tulsa, making it a good moment. So, again, bring it back to full circle is you've gotten to do so much, Bear, and I love listening to your stories because you don't talk as much on this because I talk all the time, and I know that. I interrupt you both.
I'm getting better.
I'm working on it. You are getting better.
Yeah.
But it's the epitome of why we do this show, of telling stories and what sports. Don't want to just say volleyball because I want all kids to just play sports, but what volleyball can really do to someone's soul and their purpose. I mean, you're a coach in junior college. You've coached youth in this country, taking them to trips around the world. And like you said, you would have never thought you would have done that.
No, in a million years. As a kid, playing sports, you always want to be a pro, right? You want to play pro football, pro basketball, whatever. And, I fell a little short on that, I think I could have played a little basketball maybe at a JC or whatever. But volleyball has opened up the world for me. I've gotten to go so many places, met so many people, even just around the country. It's been rad, just with the Paul Mitchell, with the camps, with this, that, or whatever. And I just can't believe what a blessed life I've had because of sport. It's been unbelievable.
So
I catch myself sometimes, and I know we're way older and we're way past our prime, but if I go to finals or a Final Four, if I go to Open Nationals, I just sit back and go, fuck, there was only 12 guys on my team for that whole year that won that thing. I was I was a part of that. And everybody else in here that's talking shit and think they're badass, you're like, I did that. And now if I go to Open Nationals, oh, you guys won Open? Yeah, we won a couple of those things. You know what I mean? Perspective. And I guess it's just that silent perspective of holy crap, what was I a part of? Unbelievable.
Well, we sit here on this show, and a lot of people, tell us, by the way, hit subscribe, that they love listening to this.
By the way,
some of it, is, us being old, telling older stories, having, some guests that maybe the younger generation doesn't know. But if anyone can get anything from this, it's what we're doing is telling stories, and you guys as the younger generation gets to embody your own stories and be able to have these for the rest of your life. And it's been so so cool to just be a part of this and, listen to you guys, talk about your guys' journey and what we've all gotten to do through sport. It's simply incredible.
And how we did this.
Yeah.
Who in their right mind would have been vicious competitors, and then you call them brother for the rest of your life?
Yeah.
Because after college, then we became teammates. Like that doesn't happen. That doesn't really happen. And
I don't even think I would have gone to college if it wasn't for sport or volleyball.
I wouldn't have, I can tell you that.
Honestly. And the only reason I did go was because so I could play volleyball.
Yep.
And I've always said to my kids, and I've told them this, and they grew up youth sports. They played on the same club team from 2nd to 8th grade, and then Jake played on the same one. Braden played on a few different ones, but I always said to them, and I think they understand. They clearly understand now. Is I'm like, once you play with someone, he's your teammate. I don't care if it's a year, if it's 4 years, if it's 12 years. There's something about a teammate, and you go through something, and it's been pretty cool. You guys, we're teammates. We're friends. We're guys that went against it and all that stuff. But the other thing I was going to say about us in sports is when you play at the level we play at, or you get to the level we get to be at, you surround yourself and you're around a lot of similar people. Maybe I don't want to say everyone's the same character and stuff, but we don't want to argue. We can argue all that, but in general, most people are. But everyone's working and got to that pinnacle. So we're around college athletes. My kids are around college athletes, and we're around pros. We're around Olympians. We're around all of that, and I'm in awe every day of it.
Me too.
I'm in awe of every day of it. I was texting Canyon Seaman today, and he's with his son and his dad, and they're fishing, and they sent me all these pictures, and I just thought about playing against Canyon in high school, and playing against Canyon in college. Never played it with Canyon. We always played against each other. He was never a teammate of mine, but he's one of my really good friends, and just to see him, live that life outside of volleyball, right? To do that with, again, it goes back to the folks that we meet through this life of sport at the level we have, again, very grateful and fortunate enough to get to. Try to sometimes live that life, right? And just keep pushing through stuff and trying to find the next wonderful thing that might happen to them, like, happens to Bear and us, and, gets to do that. And it's I don't know, man. I'm kind of just talking about gratefulness. I'm going to probably cry because it's been an emotional weekend for me, and just with sport, I love sports. I really do. And I love what it does.
So we've been talking for about 20 minutes. I usually do the kickoff, so we're going to do that now. So everybody, and thanks for tuning in to Set the Pipe. I am Sully. With me, my co-host, that's CK, and that is Bear. And like I said, we have been talking for a good 20 minutes. I'm sure that I will edit that down a little bit. But nonetheless, we got on a roll talking, and I just don't want to stop and do our introductions. So
hit subscribe. We appreciate it. We're growing. We're going to keep bringing you great guests, young, old, new, old like us. We're going to tell you stories on our own. We hope you love the content. We're trying to help you grow. Hit subscribe and always set the pipe.
We have Bear.
This, Sully.
Go ahead. Yeah.
But I'm going to piggyback what Coley was talking about and kind of what you were doing with this,
Yeah.
Kniper has a story. Alan has a story about him and Carl Hinkle. Didn't really like each other when they were competing, right? Carl was at UCLA. Alan's at Long Beach. Really couldn't stand each other. And then, were you on this team too, Coley? Was it the university games afterwards, right?
I was.
Yeah.
We were in Indiana, and we were there for 3 weeks, and then we went to
Ray Rattel was the coach.
Ray Rattel, and I got a great story after that about Mataraki. That's one of my favorite.
Mataraki.
We'll tell that afterwards. We'll tell that out. Yes, it is. It's so good. But yeah, then we went to England, and we got the silver medal. We lost to Poland.
Yeah, I remember Al even talked about the sweat from the ceiling coming down his beers. Had to walk around with his hand on his beers.
So, finish, Bear.
Yeah. So anyway, so Al has told this story many times, but he was just like, so him and Carl were roommates, right? And they've just not really liked each other for a long, long time. And then all of a sudden, you start spending some time with each other, and you're like, gosh, we kind of like live the same life, kind of the same person, not personality, but just kind of like-minded or whatever. And then through the years now they're great friends, and we're all great friends, even though we hated each other because we were competing against each other and we wanted to beat each other. But then, like, lifelong friends since then. And now when you see Carl or Alan and Carl see each other, they love it. They love each other. It's just kind of weird how it works. And I just wanted to piggyback that.
Yeah. I talk about it all the time. And all I ever wanted my kids to do was play sports. I was that father, and Mooney a little bit, but I was that father that just, I wanted him to play sports so bad. And it wasn't that I wanted to live through him, because you guys know my life. I didn't need to live through my kids.
Right.
I wanted him to have this.
Yeah.
Well, they're on their way, Coley, though, right?
I love it.
Talked about. So we talked about Coley's getting a little emotional. He's had a heavy-hearted last week. We'll get into that. And then Bear actually has been so busy this summer with camps. And the emotion's pretty strong, and it's well worth it. And I'll put some pictures up there so everybody kind of knows what we're talking about. Who's going to be viewing this. But it comes down to who we are, what we do, and what we do with our lives, and who we connect with, and everything that goes along with it. And I mean, like, Bear, you're going to be talking about, I was talking to Paula Weishoff, like what, like what, and Coley's like, my kids, not my kids only did it, they're doing it, and they're finishing it, and they're moving on, right? So you're part of that, and my kids are doing their thing too in sports, and it's just so important in our lives, and I can't stress enough how and I say it too, Coley, I say it all the time. I don't need that ego. I don't need to live through my kids. I go up in the corner and I clap for them. Yay, kids. You know what I mean? Where other parents are going absolutely ape. I'm like, just, hey, go do you and work your butt off. And if things turn out, things turn out. But nonetheless,
I did that this weekend.
What's been going on with you?
Well,
I want to hear about your camps.
I was going to say, let's do the heartfelt at the end here, because it's a lot. Okay. It's a lot. And Bear, Coley and I were both talking. We're really interested in what's been going on with your camps. Where have you gone? You have your Champions Unlimited shirt on, and you've met some great people along the way. So kind of because you haven't really told us details either. So you just got back from Houston, right?
I was in Houston the last couple of days, and we did a camp out there.
How was the weather?
Okay, so it's a little hot and muggy.
I needed to laugh because I know it is. I was just in Bryan or in Texas 2 weeks ago. So
this is great. So we're flying into Houston. We're about 45 minutes out, and the pilot comes on and goes, "There's a really bad storm cell over the airport, so we're going to have to circle for about an hour."
And all you think is Die Hard 2.
Hour?
You're like, shit, Die Hard 2. It took over the airport.
So we circled probably for about 45 minutes outside the cell. So it just when we landed, I was thinking, okay, it's not going to, it's probably drizzling or something, right? No, it was absolutely coming down when we landed, and I'm like, how do you land in this? And it's kind of freaky, because I always think the plane's going to go out of control. Anyways, we landed safe and all that. Excuse me. We get out of the plane and we go wait for our Uber, and it's like hurricane weather. Hurricane. It's like we are in the parking garage, and the water is coming down so hard. I've seen some gnarly storms, like in Memphis with Hugh Foster sitting in the Marriott watching the lightning storm, him and Strodes and I, but that's a whole other story. Anyways, it was like lightning and then thunder immediately, and a couple times
right on top of you.
I've seen some gnarly storms, and like I'm looking out the parking garage, and crap is flying through all over the place. Like it's like hurricane weather, right? And
Annie M. It's like
Toto
circling up.
And we had a nice SUV Uber, and we leave the airport, and there's cars like stalled out because the water's like knee high out there, and
real smart.
That's how we started the camp. But so we went to Houston. It was HVA, okay, and the coaching staff
HVA,
was great.
Big, it's big.
Yeah, and they were great, and we had 2 sessions on Saturday and Sunday, and they were 5-hour sessions. We had about 60 campers, and it was awesome. We had a great time, and Alan is unbelievable. Every time I go on the road with Alan or work a camp with him, I've been doing this with him for 25 years. I learn something new every single time. I mean, he is amazing. And the sport of volleyball has evolved, and Alan, I think, is leading the way in evolving volleyball. So
now, what other cities did you tour this summer?
that was, well, I was in Washington, D.C. or Virginia about 2 months ago. And then earlier this last week, I did just the Long Beach State Camp.
That's right.
And in the pyramid, and that was unbelievable. They had 2 sessions. The first session, about 150 campers, and I think the second session, I didn't get to do because we were in Houston, but they had about 250
Wow.
kids in the
It's growing.
In the
Telling you, man,
pyramid.
the sport's
And,
growing.
Yeah, and they had a great year last year too, and that helps. But I'll tell you, McKay Smith, Nick McRae, John Perry, Alan's staff, they run it
the
for
show.
the most part, you know,
Yeah.
and they just do a great job. They make the campers feel great. It's a learning experience. It's fun coaching with those guys. It is an awesome atmosphere. And walking into the pyramid Monday morning, those 3 come up to me and we're talking, and they said they love Set the Pipe. So I thought that was kind of cool.
baby.
It's great.
It's out there
That's
a little
right.
bit. Yeah.
It is out there. The stories, again, it goes back to what we were talking about with what you're doing with the camp. Like, go back to you. I mean, you go to Golden West. You don't even know if you want to go to college. You play volleyball. You're not a star like you were saying at Long Beach. And now you're sitting here and you're coaching camps and you're helping the youth of America and you travel all over the world. It's just, like you said, Barrett, it's amazing. So what's next for those camps?
What do you have
Are there
left?
more the rest of the summer?
Well, so there's a little bit of a break right now. I know Alan's doing some clinics with Champions Unlimited. That's what this is. And I think he's going to Toronto next in a week or 2 and trying to set up some things. And then I think in September, we're going to Norway.
Norway in September.
Sweet.
How about that?
I can't wait to do a pod with you and
I was
Al
going to say,
over
we're going to
in
do
Norway.
live from Norway.
It's going to be
In
awesome.
Oslo,
We'll
Norway.
pull
So
that
we're
off.
going over there for a few days. And then I think on either right before then or right after that, we're doing another one in Fort Lauderdale. So, we're just
Well,
bouncing
that'd be
all
good
over the
weather by
place.
then.
It's fun. What's
Yeah.
that now?
It's not be good weather then.
Yeah,
Fort
it's
Lauderdale
nice. We do it
during that
every
time.
year, I think in September or October. We've been doing it for about 5 or 10 years for Ocean Bay, which is Mike Zarati's club out there. And he treats us real well. And we go out there for 2 or 3 days, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
I was just in Orlando. The weather was fantastic.
Yeah.
Really? I was going to say,
Yeah.
Tampa was.
Humid too, right?
Yeah, humid.
Yeah.
Yeah, you walk outside, you got to take a shower. I don't know how Jake's living in Austin, which is pretty humid too. Like, I don't know. I couldn't do it. Like, I just couldn't do it. Like, I could live in the heat if I had no choice. I could go to Vegas or Palm Springs. I don't really want to live in Arizona with the heat, but I could. I cannot take that
The humidity.
Humidity. I just can't.
Yeah.
For consistent time for me
Yeah,
personally.
It's just like a blanket of heat every time you walk outside.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, my son
So-
just told me Florida just clipped the 100-degree mark of the state of Florida.
100 there?
100.
I'm not buying it.
That's
whole
what I
state,
said
you're
too.
saying?
But I'm going to double check on that.
Yeah.
I said the humidity could be 100 and you're at 99. That's
Yeah.
the most miserable place you'll be on planet Earth. But
Oh my, no thank you.
Nonetheless.
You know, the good thing for us here on Set the Pipe and for all our fans listening, we got a lot coming up. I mean, we've had a little bit of a lull here, some things going on with, traveling with our, my kid and sports and us. But we got women's college volleyball coming up. We got
Real
women's
soon.
girls high school volleyball coming up. We are finishing up some of the internationals, the U19s, U21s, I believe, just won the gold medal today on the women's side. We've got a lot of volleyball to talk about. We're real excited about. We're going to get some great guests. We're going to get some younger guests. We're going to do some on-site discussions. We're going to continue to grow this and keep talking volleyball and help volleyball continue to grow across this country for many reasons. But again, the main reason why I wanted my children to play sports, and one of the main reasons why I think you should continue to play volleyball and put that work in, is to come up with the stories and these dreams that you want to reach and reach them. And then they become memories, and then they become stories, and then you have more dreams.
Yes.
And you go to reach those dreams. And, us three have stories upon stories. And let me tell you, you guys haven't even heard 1/1000th, a millionth of the stories that we do have and have coming for you. So, hit subscribe, keep listening, and we're going to bring you some fun stuff.
I was telling you guys about before we even press record that Jose Loyola is Jose Loyola is the head coach for Beach out at South Carolina. And you guys remember me talking about Chris and Kalani Mahi, need them on here, right? One of their kids that they coach club with, she actually walked on in Western Kentucky, I think, for beach. Now she is Jose's one of his assistants. And he just
Cock
got
and
hired.
fire, baby. Cock and fire. Go Gamecocks.
It's who you know, who you're around, put you in your hard work, network your butt off, and good things can happen. So congratulations to Bailey on that.
But what's cool about that is you're talking about volleyball, beach volleyball in South Carolina, right? How cool is that?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like the expansion and seeing, and he's obviously one of the best to play, and to bring that to South Carolina's experience. They're in the SEC. They're pretty well funded in the SEC through that wonderful football conference that they have and basketball. To see him just take that to the next level, I'd love to see South Carolina in a couple years doing what Texas did last year in Stein's first year, just making it tougher for teams to win. Like this first year, UCLA or SC didn't do it, right? It was someone else. And, it needs to happen.
Holly McPeak put on her Facebook page, the University of San Diego will now be putting on beach volleyball in 2027.
Oh, that's awesome.
They just added it. Yep, the beach, we're built for it. Chapter 2 for Torero Athletics will begin on the sand in spring 2027. That's
what
big.
a job that's going to be coveted, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
that's
guys ever
rough.
been on that campus, I mean, you're right
Yeah,
there.
that's
I mean,
just
it's
a
absolutely
rough
gorgeous.
place.
Beautiful campus, beautiful location. You're in San Diego. I still say it's top 1, 2, maybe 3 places to live in the world.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
That's just again,
excellent.
Coley Kyman's opinion. And to be down there at that school, and they're really doing some stuff. They just put a lot of money into a new basketball facility. Like they're trying to grow their sports a little bit to be better. And just a few years ago, USD before Alfie left to UCLA, they were in the Final Four for women's volleyball, right? Incredible.
Hey, going back, we're going to probably have to edit this a little bit, but we got sidetracked. San Diego,
shit.
Mataraki.
Oh. Yes,
you were going to tell that story.
Great story. I'm glad you brought this up. So to bring back Carl Henkel and Alan Knight rooming together, it was an incredible trip. And again,
Can you tell us a little bit who was on that roster, real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So when I look back at my life, and I have been a lot this weekend, and again, I won't cry on this one because it's not about. I won't be talking about my kids.
Yes, you will.
I sit down, Mooney and I talk about this a lot, Barrett. Like, actually, what I asked you, I actually do sit back and reflect a lot because I just can't believe it. I just can't believe the life I have lived since the day I showed up at Cal State Northridge. Actually, before that, even through high school. I don't think about it
that much, Coley, but then, like, when we start talking about it, it's like when we read people's accolades and they're like, what do you think about that? And, like, I don't really think about it that much, but when you just said that, I'm like, wow. Gotten to do a lot.
Right?
Yeah,
a lot more people have in the world.
Yeah,
dude.
It's 1991, and it's the World University Games team, and it's going to London. The head coach is Jim McLaughlin. Yep. Ray Rattel's the assistant.
Long Beach State, by the way.
Long Beach State. And
USC, Long Beach State.
They take, I want to say it's 18 of us or 20 of us, to Fort Wayne, Indiana. And that's where Arnie Ball was and Loy was.
Loy Ball,
yep.
And they put us on a golf course in like these beautiful condos or townhomes on a golf course. And we had, 2-to-a-room. We had a kitchen. It was like country club living, literally.
Yeah, nice.
For 3 weeks, we were there. Over 4th of July, Alan Knight, Brett Winslow, Coley Kyman, Mike Seeley, Canyon Seaman, Loy Ball, Nick Becker, Matt Lyles, Mike Mataraki, Tom Sorensen.
Who's your setters?
I think
Seeley.
Carl Henkel.
Greenbaum.
Excuse me.
Greenbaum.
Carl Henkel.
Was Greenbaum there?
We had three setters. We had Seeley, Canyon, and Loy.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So they actually took 3 setters. Took only one opposite, which was Tom Sorensen. Mataraki was actually pretty good, so was Presh. But
was Ivy on that team?
Ivy, no, he was. They were a little bit older.
Okay.
I said Nick Becker and Matty Lou. They were the 2 lefts. Jason Perkins was there as
Jason
well.
middle.
He was
Played a
another
little
middle.
college with us.
He's a Palm
yeah,
guy.
he did. And I think he won a gold with us once too.
He was in Tulsa. He was in the middle.
He was. You're right. You're right. You're right.
He did.
He was starting over Hoff. Go figure.
Yep.
And how, the fact that I started over Hoff too is even I mean, back and then you're like, yeah. Looking back now, it's like, wow. Like, you know, Hoff became pretty damn good, right? But that roster right there that I just mentioned is unbelievable, right? And
crazy.
You know, just half a dozen of those guys went to the Olympics, you know, and played on our indoor team for multiple years. And then there was a few others that, you know, that were there that ended up getting cut, right? You know, and you know, a couple guys from the East Coast I should probably know, and I'm forgetting some names as I get older. I have the pictures, but so we're there for 3 weeks. We're going out every night. You know, there's a couple bars there, having the best time ever. So long story short, I want to get to the story because I can tell multiple stories within this. And when Presh comes on, we're gonna tell his story because I'm gonna leave it for that because it's truly.
Presh was on that roster as well.
Yeah, he wasn't on the roster. He didn't make the cut to England, but he was there for probably 2.5 weeks. Okay. Like you know, almost till the end, to the last cut. So it's a practice. It's early in the morning, and they had separated the two teams. So we're going to have a red versus blue match. They're selling tickets to the game. We're getting ready to play. This is kind of the last go around before they make the final cuts and we can put the team together. But it's something we've been working for 3 weeks, right? So there's like 2 days, and they gave us like maybe a day and a half or whatever to get with your teams. And, you know, there's, you know, 14 of us, you know, and there's only going to be 12 that make the roster, but they're 14 or whatever it is. So it's an early morning practice. It's 8. It's like a Sunday, and we only got the one practice. Everyone wants to be done. We're going to the buffet and fish or whatever. And so Ray Rattel is always all over Mataraki.
Yeah.
Like he like Mataraki just nonstop. Like, and you know how Ray, you guys know Ray more than
that was Mike Nelson. He was
you're
all
right. Over him, just
right.
nonstop. Rock. Yeah. What are you doing, Rock? You know, like so. It's we're doing a drill. We're scrimmaging the team. It's not the match, but we're actually in it. We're playing, right? We're actually playing red versus blue in practice. And something happens, and it's early in the morning, and he's like, "God damn it, Rock! What are you doing, Rock?" And Rock, in the whole practice, just stops and goes, "Ray, who pissed in your cornflakes this morning, Ray? Come on!" Like, and Ray just started laughing. It was funny. It was over. Obviously practice. The rest of the trip, like we're going to the buffet, Ray's like, "Rock, come on over. I got a seat for you, Rock." It was just,
they were buddies after that.
They were buddies after that, but it was just so like, and it was Rock was just, he was just over it, man. He just could not take it anymore. This is like 2.5 weeks into the trip. He's been getting yelled at every day by Ray. Ray's riding him. And he's like, "God damn it, Rock. Why are you not here?" And he's like, "Ray, give me a break. Who pissed in your cornflakes this morning?" or something like that. And everyone just didn't know what to do. They go into laughter and crazy. He laughs. And then it was just, we actually won the match the next night too. So that made it great.
That's a great story.
Broke the ice.
It was pretty funny.
That story.
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you one more story about that trip. And I owe Jimmy Mack for this. And this is more of maybe a little bit serious in some regards. So I was a competitor, right? And that's all I wanted to do. I wanted to make this team. I was a year younger. A couple of us were sophomores. Everyone were juniors. And we're getting down to the nitty gritty. And I'm playing left back, and he gets mad at everyone. You know, you always like lean back a little bit, lean back. So I did it a couple times, and he freaked out on me and whatever. So it's in a morning practice, and we're going after it. And like there's 14 left, and only 12 make it, right? And they're going to make another cut in a day or two, and it's over. And I'm sitting there left back, and I don't know who goes up, paint brushes it right over, and it just drops right on the 10-foot line. We're supposed to be on the 10-foot line. And I'm like, whatever, falling back, and
you're on your heels.
And he fucking kicks me out of the gym. Like, not just get off the floor.
Wait, McLaughlin or Ray?
McLaughlin, head coach.
Jimmy
Mack. He just goes, "Get out of here." I was like, so I kind of like, you know, like, okay, maybe he's pissed. You know, I start walking off the court, like, kind of go. Nick Becker hurt his ankle, so he's doing some rehab on a table over there. And I'm like, you know, like, do I go or like, you know, like, 'cause the door's like right there, and I'm like, of course not. He's just, you know, testing me, you know, whatever. And like 30 seconds later, a minute, and he's like, "I said, get out of here." So like, he completely kicked me out of the gym, and I was like,
I'm done.
Just walked home to the dorm because they were right next to where we were practicing, and I thought it was over for me, man. I'm just in tears, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, I got kicked out of practice for not being in the spot I was supposed to be in. And he told me to be in the spot over and over again. And valuable lesson he taught me. I don't know how many more times I ever was not in that spot, even if I got hit in the face. Hence, Sully hit me in the face years later down the line. But I just would never not be there because of it. And he talked to me afterwards, explained it. It was awesome, and he it lit a fire under my ass. And I came back in and was better than I was the whole time because I was not getting sent home.
I remember in Paul Mitchell, you scooping some balls in that spot right there, Coley.
Well, that's because Jimmy Mack threw me out of the damn gym. And, like I it's tough for me sometimes. And I have this thing with Mooney because of what happened with Jake and, him leaving through that one experience through Wyoming. And it was a different thing for him because of his, honestly, where that whole thing went through his mental accord. I'm not opposed to any of that. And I never will be. I have no problem with coaches being very difficult. I have no problem with coaches cussing at my kids. I don't have a problem. There's a little difference when it's a little different than what was going on there. But, I look back at those times and I'm glad he threw me out of the gym, right? Like I'm glad that he gave me that opportunity to come back in the gym. And that wasn't my last chance. And I lost the chance to be on this USA team representing our country in the World University Games, which I got to go over and start and play and win a silver medal and play in the gold medal match. And he could have just let me just miss the ball and miss it again. And then them go vote and say, hey, we can't have this guy. He can't even dig a ball in the back row. Like, we're going with him, right? Like, he could have easily done that. Instead, he taught me a valuable lesson, and I love Jimmy Mack for it. But there's some great stories from that trip. Such great players, and all of those guys I mentioned, all of them, I'm friends with, right? And Tim Kelly was on that too, by the way. He was there at the beginning of it, and Dwayne Cameron too. The thing is about that is, I went the next year. And we told a little bit of the story. It was my 21st birthday in December. And the summer before was the World University Games. So I'm a college kid. And it's kind of like that now because a lot of these kids play club. But my 21st birthday, Tim Kelly, who's a Bruin, who all of us hated the UCLA Bruins, right? We all did.
Every one of them.
Even when we played them, even they were our friends. But he hosted a party at his house in Westwood for me. And all the guys I just mentioned, Matt Lyles, Brett Winslow, Al Knight, Carl Hinkle, Canyon. Well, Canyon was up at Stanford.
So you're talking Pepperdine, USC, UCLA.
All of them came to my 21st birthday at Tim Kelly's house that I had met and spent time with. There were some Northridge guys there too. But I wasn't in Northridge where, you've heard me bleed red and black and talk about it so much.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
I was with all these guys that I was with in a summer for 3 weeks and put time and love and everything together. And it was a great night. My birthday was amazing. Plus, Mooney won the national championship that night and I didn't even know.
Alan said the same thing about that group. One of his closest friends he has today is a group by far. Yeah. He said that in our interview. Yeah. He's like, that specific group I am the closest to, I think, to anybody in a group like that.
Well, if you think about
some of his closest friends,
our generation of playing volleyball, I'm not comparing us to this. So anyone listening, don't say Coley compared. But if you look at those eras when Magic had played Bird and what it meant to compete against each other and how they brought the best out in each other. That group I just mentioned, those guys that I just mentioned, all of us were the exact same way in regards to that. We never wanted to lose. I didn't want to lose to anyone I knew. In fact, I wanted to beat them more because they were my friends, just to prove to them that I was better or that we were. But it was it was such it was cool with the friendship, but it was such a yin yang of having to win, having to push better. I'm going to be better than you next time. I'm not going to let you get the best of me. And if you did, I'm going to get the best of you next time. And it was a real unique, I think, group. And again, it's not just that group. It's our time, of playing. I mean, we could name another 30 guys that played in our generation. We didn't even mention Hilliard. We didn't even mention Ivy because they weren't on those teams. They're a smidgen older. All of those guys in a little bit before all brought that. That's what I loved about competition when we played is we always didn't play our best. We all lost matches, right? That happens. But God, they were competitive. And all of us hated to lose.
Yes.
And it didn't matter if it was a Saturday game for one of the qualifiers that didn't even really matter that much. If we lost, we were devastated. We were mad. We were mad the next week. We were mad in a month later after we had won 10 matches in a row. We were still pissed about that match we lost. And it's fine. It's hard to find a group like that. And all those guys were like that.
Yeah. Hey, so we started out with something pretty emotional. Coley, you had a non-volleyball experience, but since you are tied to this, it is part of volleyball as far as Bear and I are concerned. But you experienced something that parents, eventually wind up doing, right? You saw your last summer league AAU for your son Braden before he goes on to college, and you guys have been doing this since they've been itty bitties, right?
Yeah,
itty bitties, and it came to a head, and you sent us a couple pictures of Coley non-stop crying, and it got to your heart, and you just started talking to us just about camaraderie, basically, is what you were coming down to, and life experiences, and you couldn't hold it in. So there's no way we're not going to talk about it. We'd love to hear everything about it, right? Emotions. I know Mooney wasn't there. She wants to be there. I know she's out of country right now, but for you to experience that with your son, and I don't need to ruin it, the highlights, because they were pretty impressive. I think Dad should be doing that. So not that we give you the microphone very often,
I get to talk
and
more? Wow,
talking all the time, but I think it's appropriate that you kind of get us, fill our audience in, and like I said, it's going to be pretty heartfelt. So I can't wait.
Yeah, well, thanks. Sports, it comes down to what I talked about with us three, and I'm sitting here right now on this mic with you guys with nothing but love and gratitude from what we've gotten to do. And I'm 54 years old, and I was 18 and I was playing my last club game. By the way, we won the national championship, but who cares? In high school, that is. But
went on to be a 3-time.
Sorry, that's me. I need to laugh because if not, I'm going to cry. And anyone that knows me, that listens to the show, knows I'm a sap. Know I cry at car commercials. So talking about my family, it's an absolute lock that I'll be in tears. But this journey as a parent is crazy. And if you're a parent, which I know you both are, there's so many ups and downs, and all you ever want for your kids is to be better than you and to give them an opportunity to do that. And I told you early on, all I wanted was my kids to play sports. We put instruments in their hands. We gave them opportunities to do a lot, but I wanted them to be on a team because of exactly what we've been talking about today, which is, us, right? And so they both did that. They dived in. We've already talked about their journeys and how all that stuff. So, Jake started when he was 8 years old, and that was 17 years ago. And so his first few years, it was just around locally, and then we go to Vegas for the end. But since he was in 8th grade, he was 13 years old. He's 25 now, right? So, that's 12, 13 years. We've been traveling around this country watching our two sons play basketball. And, as you grow up, all of us, we get to go to high school, and, it's a new chapter. We get to go to college, and you want new chapters as you grow up. And, new chapters are great. But looking back sometimes, the old chapters are amazing too. And they reflect, and they make you sad. So, it's a time for Coley and Michelle to have a new chapter with our kids. He got to play his last tournament this past weekend, but the weekend before he got to go to Texas, and his brother got to watch him play and did a film, a little video for him for a couple games. We got to see that.
Awesome.
But we were in Bryan and College Station, and Mooney got to see him play, and I've been everywhere. I mean, I could go on. He was in Virginia the week before that, and so he's in Orlando this week, and this is his Puma Pro Next, their chance to win a championship. And they didn't play well on the first night, and they lost, and they would have needed a miracle to win their pool, which they didn't. So they got their last consolation game, so to speak, or got to play their last game. And we knew it was going to end. You knew it's going to be over. But at the end of the day, when it comes to that point, it's hard. So all I told him was, go out and have fun. It'd be him. And it wasn't about the game my son gets to play basketball again. You know, he gets to play high school basketball on one of the top teams in the state next year, which is going to be so much fun for him. And he gets to go play college basketball. And he gets 4 years, maybe 5, because they're about to add that into a 5th year. And he's going to be a pro. At this point, that's what he wants to do, so there's no reason why I wouldn't think it. But to go around, like I said, for 17 years and for 13 years and watching him as a little second graders when he first started and all he wanted to do was be his big brother and play basketball. And to see him walk off that court was bittersweet. You know, he was in tears. He had 19, 11, 11, so he ended with a triple-double and a win. Most people don't get to win in their last games because usually you're playing for something. And, you know, he got a chance to play one last game in an amazing environment and an amazing journey for him. I mean, he played on a team with Russell Westbrook was the sponsor on a Nike team, and Russell was coaching. He's gotten to high-five him. He played on LeBron's youngest son's team and got to be in Ohio for over a week while LeBron was coaching him at his high school. Like, you don't get to do – that's what we talked about, right? That's what I wanted for him. And that's what he earned. And I'm just proud of him. I'm proud of us. I'm proud of both my kids. I'm grateful. You know, AAU gets so much shit, and I've given it too because we have to pay too much money. But AAU and youth sports get a lot of shit in this country for a lot of reasons. But they don't get the accolades that they truly deserve. And what they've done for us, what they've done for our kids, what they've done for millions and millions of kids from, you know, for the last 100 years from playing AYSO soccer to getting the chance to do what we've gotten to do. My kids have gotten to travel this country. Jake's gotten to travel the world. Braden will get to travel the world playing this sport. And I'm grateful and thankful for that opportunity. And to say goodbye to it, this is the last thing I'll say about it is we were done. We hugged and we cried. And he was just, you know, he was sad that it was over. He's happy. He's elated for the next chapter. And, you know, he's good. He's good now. But, you know, you guys have been there with us. We've hugged and cried many times, both in wins and losses. Just to know that you don't get that chance again at that exact moment.
Right.
And to know that every year when Jake was done, it was like, okay, we get next year. Where are we going to go next year?
With Braden.
Okay, we got
right?
next year. And for 17 years, I've been saying next year, next year, next year. Well, there's no more next year. So I say goodbye to him. He's with his team, and, you know, the sadness is over. I couldn't leave the gym, guys.
Part of your life forever. It's a long time.
I went out on my own terms, and I finally left and said goodbye. And as sappy as it sounds, it's, you know, it's, again, he's lucky because he gets to play on, but it was just, it's time to say goodbye to it, right? And it's time to move on. And I'm really excited about the next journey with Mooney and with him in college sports. But, you know, it's an end of an era. It's an end of a chapter of my life. It again shows me that I'm growing up. And my kids are growing up. And, that's it. So AAU basketball no longer for the Kymans. And it's on to the next journey for college basketball and high school. One more last year for high school. So thanks for letting me share that. And
that's rad. That's so good.
And thanks for always being there, you know, with it. I love texting you guys, and I love seeing the text from you guys about your kids. And, you know, that's for me what it's always been about, you know, is raising. I told Mooney when we had boys, is all I wanted, besides big athletes, was to raise 2 good young men.
Humans.
And my boys are good men.
Love it.
Yes,
And they're good basketball players too, by the way.
Absolutely.
Really good basketball players.
Triple doubles.
They're good men.
Yeah.
And I love them for it, and I'm proud of them for it.
As
and they
you
bought
should
into
be.
the journey. And again, a lot of the ways and reasons why they're good men is they got to play sports. They got to be around amazing people. They got to meet amazing people, coaches, mentors that have meant so much to them and have helped them grow and evolve to be the men they are. You know, it takes a village, and our village of basketball is my heart runneth over.
Yeah. So super raw, by the way. I think Bear would agree.
That's
right?
great.
Awesome.
That's great.
How many parents out there have the reaction that you do? Because you're not coming as a one angle. I heard like 6, 7, 8 different angles that just came out of you, right? It wasn't like, okay, it's in there. Nope, it was this: proud, gracious, thankful. Like, it was just different ways. How many parents actually experience that? And when you answer that, do you think it's because of what you experienced when you were younger at that level, and what you did and did not achieve, and then what you Mooney were able to do for your kid? I mean, just the evolution, right? So what do you think?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I saw some parents, like, we have 2 17s teams, players play, and they played the day before, and they advanced, so they had a chance to win. So it's a different environment. They're playing to win something and try to advance, and they lost. So the emotion was way different than the emotion from our game, winning and just walking off knowing it was over. Right. And there was a few parents, that were in tears, and their kids too. And like, and it's some of them might never play basketball again after their next year of high school. That's the other thing that is such a different thing for me. And like, that's the other reason why I don't want it to come off, not like gratefulness because my kids do get to play basketball. As I'm walking up the stairs after I finally left the gym and I'm just crying by myself, a woman said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "I am." And she's like, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just, I'm just sad it's over." And she's like, "Well, is your son going to play again?" I said, "Yeah, he's going to play college basketball." She's like, "You should be excited." I said, "I am excited. It's just hard to say goodbye."
Sure.
Right.
Got to mourn.
It's hard to say goodbye.
Yeah.
And so I think some parents do. And this is why, another reason why I love being on this, and I've been telling people within the club, is stop missing the boat on this thing with club sports.
Journey.
You like, if you're willing to put the money in, put the money in for what I just said about raising a good kid and giving him experiences of a lifetime. If they want to play college sports and they're good enough to play college sports, that's something that you need to be honest with yourself and them. Yep. But if they are, then let them work hard and do the extra stuff. Let them do what they want to do to get there, because it can happen. We all know it. It takes a lot of work, but don't make it about that for these other experiences. It needs to be about that. And if it was, more people would be emotional like this. Like, I was texting my friends, all my friends, and I text Geeter personally, and he said the whole family gave it everything.
Yeah.
That's what he said. Yeah. He said your whole family gave it everything.
Yep.
And for Jake to show up too, that's big.
But he gave it everything when he was going through it. And Braden, as a kid, his summers are traveling with mom and dad, watching his older brother. He's in a gym when he wants to be with his friends. Like, he gave it everything as a kid. Like, we gave it everything. And so to answer your question, so I don't derail it, is I'm not sure a lot of parents do that. And I'm not sure, and I don't mean just give it everything like the money. I'm talking about invested in it. The emotion,
not just the money, right?
Yeah, like, like, again, we're very fortunate enough, and let me say that, and I'm grateful, and I know that a lot of people, because if this was my parents, they would barely have ever saw me play. Michelle and I get a chance to see my kids play almost all the time wherever they're playing,
right?
Which is awesome. So they get that support. We get to support them, which is incredible, and I'm very grateful for that. And I don't want to take that with a grain of salt that everyone doesn't get that.
Right.
But when you're there and you're in these situations and you're playing club sports, especially at the level that my kids have been playing at, people got to have more gratitude. They have to have more gratitude for the coaches that are putting their time in. They got to have more gratitude for their children putting that time in. Not everyone gets to play college. Like, I really thought Jake was going to be in the NBA. He's not. He doesn't play basketball. He's starting to play a little bit here and there. It ends. Jordan doesn't play basketball either. I mean, he might play at the gym, but he doesn't. People stop playing sports. Yeah. And it might be in high school, might be in college, it might be in a pro, whatever, but they do. And I wish more people had that emotion, because to me, it means you care, right? Not everyone cries. Not everyone's like that. And it doesn't mean you don't care if you're not emotional, but to put it into, oh, it's fucking over. Thank God it's over. I'm done is fine. Right. But and it's one thing if it's for weeks, but like I said, when you're before high school and you play club travel basketball, and volleyball, 12s, 13s, 14s. You're practicing 2, 3, 4 nights a week. You're playing every other weekend. You're playing all the time. You're practicing all the time. And if you love the game, you're going down to the beach with your friends and playing. You're asking your mom and dad to take you to the open gym. Can I go to the clinic? Like all that stuff I just said, I've been doing for 17 years. Down at the Little League field. Oh, the game's over. Dad, I want to hit. Okay, great. We're in the cages. Like just nonstop. So when the parents maybe don't have that emotion or that connection, I don't want to say it bums me out or anything. I just wish more had it, because they'd be more involved and more engaged and more grateful and more loving of what the journey has been.
And you've learned a lot.
Yeah.
And as a person, as a dad, right? As a supporter. This wasn't a smooth sailing for you.
No,
it wasn't.
This will go on record. So if it ever comes out, like there's been a few times I'm probably on tape that I haven't been great. That I've maybe yelled at a fan, said some stuff that I shouldn't have said, yelled at a ref.
I like yelling at refs.
Yeah. Looking back at that, I've always tried to be a good guy. I do this, and I think most people know this, at least on the basketball world, volleyball too. I love and support everyone. I don't care if they're playing against my son. I want my son to beat him, but especially anyone that's ever played with him. But I cheer for children. Yeah. I tweet stuff out. I'm excited for them. I love watching people be successful. I want people to win, except when they play my kid. Sure. I want people to win in life. I want people to push themselves. I want them to enjoy. Like Michelle's in Africa right now. She was in Dubai 2 days ago. Like I want people to live life, and you get that. If you push yourself through sports and you continue to give everything you have, you lose sometimes. Sometimes you lose a lot.
Yeah.
But you got to get back up and you got to keep pushing. And and I've gotten to watch my kids do all that. I mean, I could tell you stories, believe me, from their 4th grade on to 3rd grade to 7th grade, and teams they played and NBA guys they played against, from everyone. There's 15, 20 guys in the NBA right now that Jake played against and with. I love watching them. I'm cheering for it. It's great. So I think we in youth sports here have gotten out of hand. Again, I was one that was that. We need to bring it back for the journey of it, the love of it, the push for it. Yes, keep pushing. Scholarships are out there. There's a lot of money to be made, and the kids that want to get there, I get it. My kids are going there, but. What was your other question?
No, I think I just wanted to know, with that raw emotion, knowing it wasn't just, hey, I've been so grateful, right? It's you came 8 different directions, right? And I wondered if other parents reacted like you did, and then where did it stem from? What did it stem from? From you being that athlete to just flat out, I'm a parent and I'm invested, and parents, and like I think Geeter put it right. You guys all put it in. It was the Hyman clan that actually put that time and effort and support. That's a big deal, right? Support and getting it and growing. And I think you have been very vulnerable to our audience and being letting them know that, hey, I wasn't a perfect dad, but I've gotten better. I've improved. You can do that as a dad, just not as an athlete. And I just kind of wanted to know if it was, that's a Coley Hyman thing. Is that a parent that's been invested? And like I said, your message was very clear, Coley, and it came across 8 different ways, and as well as it should. But it was totally raw. And I know Bear and I both appreciate you being honest with our fans and us.
I appreciate you guys always letting me do it. My favorite thing in this world is my family. And it always has been and always will be. And those boys of mine are just something. I've pushed them, sometimes to a fault. And to see them reach the dreams that they've gotten to reach to, like I said, it's incredible. And just to see that whole experience end. It's like when you watch your kid graduate, and not graduate, but when they leave elementary school, right? And you're like so
even
stoked for them to go to middle school and the high school graduation, and you're so excited for them to go to college, but your baby's not a baby anymore, right? The person you thought you changed your diapers, and then you watched them ride the tricycle, and then it's obviously the seasons of life, but you get to go through this, and then as on the athlete front, like all of us. We get older, and your body, you don't get to do what you used to do when you were younger, and you get to see it through a lens. And then for him who's been waiting. And we talked about his first time he ever played. He was 7 years old, and it was a tournament that his club, Jake's club, 5-on-5, who Braden played for too, and June Banks, by the way, taught him everything. I love you, June, and couldn't have done it without you. They wanted to get a second grade team or whatever it was together, and I was telling him this last night. We were laughing about it. He was so excited, guys. All he wanted to do was play club basketball. All he wanted to do was play club basketball and play like his brother. And I really mean this. It seems like literally that was just yesterday.
Sure.
And then due to the pandemic and him being held back, and we got another year because of it, which was great, but it just prolonged the inevitable of having to walk away from AAU, not walk away from basketball, but walk away from this long chapter of our lives. So we're going to have a lot of free time, and that means all you people listening to the pod, there might be a lot of pods, which I'm sure you're probably sick of listening to goalies speak. But it's been great. So it's also been emotional, and I'm not going to talk anymore about that. It's just been tiring, also to finally, just all of it off the weight of my shoulders, also being the parent of getting him through it, right? Like he got the journey, he got to do it. We talked about this before, Sully, and it's probably a whole different segment, but the volleyball world and the basketball world are completely different. And I mean, in the way it's regulated, in the way it's monitored and managed, and the biggest difference is the basketball has shoe circuits, right? And the shoe circuits mean the shoe companies are paying for the kids to play club sports.
Wow.
So you're traveling all over the country, you're getting a ton of gear, and you're not paying for it, right? You're not paying for your kids, I should say. It's incredible. It's an incredible marketing thing for these shoe companies, but to be able to play on that and at that level and get to do that is another thing which made it hard. Like, my kids have gotten things that most people couldn't imagine, and again, that's where the gratefulness comes in, Sully. Like, it comes in with playing with you guys at Paul Mitchell, playing in Tulsa, and playing in Massachusetts. Like, we're not playing in Anaheim. Like, we were traveling around the country with Paul Mitchell, on Paul Mitchell, playing volleyball. Yeah. Getting to do things, getting to see things, and spend time together in tornadoes. In Holyoke, you remember where like they had to stop playing. We were in the hangar. Everyone got to hunker down because that was one of the places that you would go during a tornado.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, so incredible. I love sports. If you haven't noticed that on this pod, have your kids get into them for whatever reason. It's not, if you can get a college scholarship, amazing, right? Yeah. But it shouldn't be about that. It should be about what you've heard us talk about tonight. You're missing the journey,
gratefulness, friends, brothers for life. Yep, all the above wrapped in a bow.
Kept me out of the gutter. Yep. Well, I was in the gutter a couple times, but
I wouldn't have graduated, Bear. You're the same. We talked about this, and this probably, my kids I don't like talking that much about it, and I'm talking about it publicly, but I was not the best student because I didn't want to be. I look back now, I wish I would have done more because it would have been just more beneficial, but
sure.
But I love sports, and I knew that if I wanted to play sports, I needed to go to college, and I needed to pay attention enough to do that. And because of that, I'm another reason why sports did it for me, just like it did for you.
Yep.
Well, if anybody is listening to the end of this, because I'm sure we'll announce it in another pod coming soon, I am going to be in Southern California from the 7th to the 10th. We're going to do some interviews out there, hopefully, and I'm sure Bear will be signing autographs, Coley as well. So maybe we'll do a live session to say if anybody can come find us. We'll give him something. But I just don't want
an autograph the other day for the first time in years.
Just saying, it's worth
Bear
something.
I didn't even say Bear. I just didn't.
You got to say Tim Bear Johnson.
But
you got to put the Bear in there.
Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah.
Anyway, good stuff. So, boys, we've been about an hour. I know I got to chop this down a little bit, but another episode, Set the Pipe, and I think we could have went on for another 2 hours, to be quite honest, because there's a lot of stuff going on. So we will get back on this soon. Like I said, I'll be in Southern California, and we're going to be doing some stuff there and really revamping Set the Pipe, taking care of some business while I'm there. But nonetheless, always a pleasure to be with Bear and CK on Set the Pipe. Subscribe, everybody.
So much fun.
Yeah. Thanks to you.
Man,
thanks to all our listeners.
Too big of a pause.
Yeah,
Too big of a pause, though. Gosh, man, I miss this stuff.
Thanks for always listening to us. Thanks for letting me, tell you my stories. Boys, thanks for always listening to me, especially tonight. I appreciate you letting me tell that story. And I think for now, I mean, for me after today, it's closure. Like it's over. Like that's over. It's time to move on. Like that. It's been a fun journey, and now it's time to move on to the next step. And I can't wait for it. So thanks for letting me, tell you guys that.
Of course, Cole.
Yeah, man, that was awesome.
We love you, Coley.
That was awesome.
Love you too.
All right, fellas. Till next time, huh? Set the pipe. Yeah,
Set
baby.
the pipe,
Peace
baby.
out.
Hit subscribe. Set that pipe. Coming at you with a little cutty.
It's free.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully on another episode, and we have C-Case here, and we have Bear. Today, we have a unique guest, I guess, athlete, stud, as far as I'm concerned. Beautiful. Anyway, my daughter, Tegan Sullivan, is going to join us today on Set the Pipe. Fellas, welcome, Tegan.
Hi, Tegan.
Hi, Tegan. Glad you made it.
Thanks for being on Set the Pipe.
Glad you made it.
Glad you made it.
Great point. Been struggling over here with some technical difficulties. Going to give it a best shot today.
So we have Tegan on and go over some accolades. But before we came on, we were talking about St. Jude Hospital, Research Cancer Hospital for Kids, and how we were talking about Tegan's schedule. So I was telling Bear I'm a Harley rider, and by the end of the year, we do some fundraising throughout the year, and we go down to Memphis and we present them a check. Last year, it was 250 bikes, motorcycles going down to Memphis, nonstop. We have police escort going all the way down. It takes us 2 days to get there. Wow. And last year, we presented them with $1 million plus. And then Tegan is doing something new this year. What are you doing, T?
I'm doing the Dunlap to St. Jude Peoria run. Dunlap to Peoria St. Jude run.
What's that mean?
I have to raise, as an individual, I have to raise at least $1,000, which goes to my team. So I'm running for Team Tessa, and it goes to my team, and we present a big check at the end of the night. I don't have to run. It's 30 miles in length. And so I can choose when I run. I can choose when I want to sit on the bus and all that stuff. So I have to be up really early tomorrow morning for it.
How far are you planning on running?
I have no idea. I have not planned at all, which I probably should have, but I haven't. So
she's not a distant kid.
No.
That's for sure.
But you're a track athlete, though, so you can run a little bit, right?
Yeah. And it's not a fast pace or anything like that. It's really slow. So I
So
think
who's,
I can.
But you're a jumper, right?
Yeah.
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 Not that it's not a track athlete. It's not that you don't run, but jumping's a tad different. You're not out just going running, 5,800s and then 2,400s and a bunch of 200s just to get, you're doing something different, I would assume.
Yes,
but wow, 30 miles, 1 mile is enough for me at that point.
That's what I've been saying.
So, Team Tessa, tell us a little bit about that.
Team Tessa was created when my friend Tessa Sutton was diagnosed with cancer in 2021. She's my age, so she would have been 19 by now. She passed away my her junior year of high school, and they made this foundation. She made this foundation that people raise money for, and it all goes towards people in the hospital, St. Jude, other things like that. And so every year for the St. Jude run, they have a Team Tessa because you can make teams. So you can run in teams. And so there's like Team Dylan, there's Team Tessa, and there's a few others. So I'm running for Team Tessa this year.
That's awesome. What a great cause, too.
Yep. Yeah. Tessa Sutton Foundation is what they created before she passed. I was given the honor of being a pallbearer of hers when she passed away. So it's a big hit to the community. Great soccer player, just an all-around great kid, great family. And it hit our Harley riders quite hard. She was actually in Memphis when we doing treatment. Hair was gone when we rolled in. So 250, and she's out there on the side of the road waving to us as we're coming in. And then, she actually came out and sent us off before she passed in the morning before we leave for Memphis. So she was out there, got a couple pictures of her on my bike, and it was a very hard time for everybody around this area. So yeah, it's keep on going. But yeah, so Tegan's involved with that, and we'll get into, this is a volleyball podcast. We'll get into why Tegan was a multi-sport athlete. Like, might as well get into her history. Multi-sport
real quick
athlete.
Before you do, I just want to say, Tegan, that's awesome that you're doing that, and to continue her legacy. Congrats to you and everyone that's there doing that for obviously the cause, but just to remember your friend as well.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Yeah, she actually, purple was the theme of Tessa. So Tegan still today, even when she's jumping in college, is wearing her purple ribbons, right? So I think that'll continue for a long time. But so Tegan, of course, is my second daughter, third child, and successful in high school, playing some volleyball, doing some track, was pretty much always on the state podium when she did track. And so this is a long story short. Started club volleyball actually in 8th grade. So she was a little bit getting late to the game, which was planned, so she wouldn't get burnt out. And we can talk about what clubs she did by the end of her senior year. We can get into that. But she chose track to go to college. And as a freshman last year, she was third in indoors and for long jump. And she actually was the conference champion outdoors by 0.01 meters to win it. So it was pretty exciting. That was there. That was kind of nice. But yeah, I thought we'd bring on Tegan a little bit, talk about her journey through volleyball, even through sports, because I know we all like to talk about the different sports and how it works and all that kind of good stuff. And then we took a little bit of different route for club volleyball. So I know I talked to you guys a little bit about Tegan, and you guys, fire away. She's all here. So this is my daughter, Tegan Sullivan.
Awesome. Welcome to the show. 2 questions, or one statement, then one question to you. One is, to hear you say she started in 8th grade and she's a late bloomer is amazing. I mean, I didn't even start till high school. Kids are playing so young. It's good and bad. We talk about it all the time. I just wanted to mention that statement. She's we'll let her tell the story about what she's going to do in college, but she's a collegiate athlete, and she started late in 8th grade. It's amazing. Second thing about it is, do you know how your dad played? Do you know his story and his history of volleyball, what he did in college, and all of that stuff?
Well, I know he was really connected through everybody. I know he played for Long Beach State, and they won the national championship and all that. So I'm fully aware of that, and it's really exciting to have that in my family. I think it's helped a ton, especially with his knowledge and what he learned and what he can apply to coaching. And whether it's me or other people, I get to watch that and I get to take that in, especially when he would do private lessons all the time. And so I would go just hang out with them, and it helped me a lot. So if I'm at practice or anything, like, I can pocket those ideas that he tells other people. So I think his experience in volleyball has really helped me. And yeah, so if we're at a volleyball tournament, he will be like, hey, let's go to court 67. Mind you, we're on court 108. It's like, let's go to court 67, and we'll go meet some random person I had no idea he knew. So he's super connected. It's really funny, and it gets annoying, but it's really cool to see, especially when I see people that I've met on this podcast. I think it's so crazy.
Yeah, for sure. Fun stuff.
Did he we've talked about this, at least on my side, being a parent, like, did he force you to the game of volleyball, being a volleyball coach or a volleyball player, or did you just organically find the game yourself?
Well, when we lived in Boise, he had his own club, and so I kind of grew up around it. But then
stealth volleyball, that's what it was called. Boise Stealth.
But then we moved to Peoria, Illinois, and that's when I kind of had to decide, like, what sports I wanted to try in middle school. And I was like, I am not playing volleyball. I remember that I did not want to play volleyball. I wanted to stay with soccer. Soccer was my sport for the longest time. I still enjoy it. I still think it's fun. But my dad, well, they didn't force me, but they're like, hey, like, at least try it out. If you don't like it, that's fine. So I tried it out. I've been around volleyball my whole life, so I was a little bit ahead of the other girls, which to me was, I like my ego to be boosted a little bit. So that's kind of why I feel like I stuck with it, was because I was better than other people at that time. So it was really helpful to start my journey. But they didn't ever force me to play volleyball whatsoever.
So what was it like growing up in your family? You have an older sister, Savannah, who was a track star. You have a younger sister and an older brother. Were you guys competitive with each other? Were you loving? What was kind of like your dynamics of growing up and sports and life and all that?
Growing up as just siblings, we were so competitive. We would get in arguments all the time because of how competitive we were, especially me and my older sister. We just didn't like to lose, and we're both stubborn. So it was always between us, no matter what it was, whether it was just one thing that was very a competitive thing was who would get to the passenger seat first in the car. That is what we fought over all the time. And it was a competition every single time. And it still is. If it's like three of us, I will always call shotgun. If I don't, I will race you to it and I will beat you. And I'll just say, you didn't call it first. And I beat you to it. So I get to sit in the passenger seat. But we were always competitive. I think we've all grown up in sports, doing something, whether it's running, volleyball, basketball, soccer. We all played soccer when we were little, so we would play together in the backyard. Yeah, that never really ended well, especially with my little sister, who is the soccer player of our family.
Mm-hmm. Is that Kylie?
Yeah, it's Kylie.
She is fun to play with, but very competitive too. And everything we do, I feel like, is very competitive, especially, this sounds funny, but our Easter egg hunts every single year are so competitive. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, Savannah's boyfriend came over and we were all racing around the house, and him and I literally shoved each other to the ground until I won. He did not.
I got the Easter egg.
He
Not
didn't.
kidding.
And it was
a
baseball
video.
Yeah. And he plays baseball. So I made sure I got that and he didn't. So everything, but since we've been growing up, has been really competitive, but not in a harmful way. I think it's been super beneficial for all of us because it helps us just compete, whether it's just for fun or in an actual game or competition or whatever it is. But lifestyle-wise, or sports-wise, we would race against each other sometimes. It depended on how our age groups lined up and stuff like that. So we would race against each other, or since Savannah's a track athlete, I see her marks that she had, and I'm like, I'm going to beat that. Like, you can't stop me. Mm-hmm. So, and Kylie's like that too. She saw my marks and she long jumps, and she wants to beat my marks, and it's kind of always been like that.
Kylie I think that's awesome. I also think it's healthy. I know some people might listen to this and think it might be, wow, you guys are crazy, but like to be an athlete and to be the athlete that you are, and to be the athlete that your father was and Bear was and I was, like, to get to the collegiate level, you have to be a little bit loony. And it's all in fun. I mean, we're like that in my family. My boys are the same. They're too far apart where they never really got to play against each other. But I mean, it's funny listening to you tell this, because a lot of the same things you're talking about, they're like that. To get to the front seat, won't lose anything they can. And you laugh at it, but you're also like listening to you talk about it. I'm proud of it, because that's what you want when you're playing something, when you're competing in something. You want to give it everything you can, and you don't want to lose. And it's refreshing to hear you say that.
You know what's crazy? Bad dad. She's never been to the pyramid.
No, never.
That is a bad dad.
Bad dad. Totally bad. She tells me, "Oh, going out to Southern California? Yeah, okay. So I still haven't been in Long Beach State." I'm like, "Oh, bad dad.
We need to get you out here. It's a pretty phenomenal facility."
Bad dad move for sure. So Tegan chose track over volleyball. But when we say late bloomer, like, she was late growing. And T, why'd you pick track over volleyball? Because you had opportunities to do both, or choose one or the other. So why track?
I chose track because I honestly since I'm so competitive, I looked at where I could compete at the highest level, especially in track. So I was looking at both originally, where I could compete in track at a high level and then also compete in volleyball at a high level. And I couldn't really find a school that I thought would fit both of those. And I didn't really want to do track. I never wanted to do track in college until my junior year. And I finally got a good mark in something that I knew was Division I level. That was my goal. I wanted to go Division I. Whether it was a smaller school, bigger school, didn't matter to me. It's just, I just wanted the Division I title. But yeah, I really did not want to do track. And then I would say the last 2 meets of my junior year, I finally got my marks that I wanted. And that's when that's when I started looking at schools for track. And volleyball was still in the running. It was never out of the running. It was always something that I wanted to do. So I would email all these track schools and be like, hey, I'm also play volleyball. Like, I reached out to your volleyball coach and stuff like that. But ultimately, I couldn't find a school that I thought would fit what I wanted specifically.
Yeah, she's 5'9" outside hitter. So when you go recruiting, as coaches, you can get into the program that they use and click your filters, right? 6 foot, left side.
Does she jump like you though?
Oh yeah, she grabs the rim. At 5'9", so
no big deal.
But they won't go to your courts because they filter through.
No,
right? They
of
filter
course.
through.
But if you can jump like that, 5'9", 5'10", But
right.
I hear you. I hear you big time.
Yeah, and so by the time she finished last year at outdoor conference, she's long jumping 19 feet, which is legit, right? So you get a BIC. So we can talk about her club, but they were rare running. They were really trying to. It wasn't like a true BIC like we know it, but it was definitely not a pipe, right? So they were trying to run. And this is when they were sophomore juniors is when they were trying this. So Tegan was used to that. Now she's got a 19 foot. 19 foot long jump now launching. It's a different story, but I said like she was a late bloomer. So
what are you doing now? Like you're preparing to go to college in a week or two, possibly?
Monday.
How are you preparing to run track and to be that collegiate athlete?
Well, we get our workouts sent to us by our coaches, so I try and go as often as I can. If I can't fit in my schedule, that it doesn't really bother me because it's summer workouts. So if it doesn't fit in my schedule, I'll make sure to get one in the next day. And if I feel like doing another workout on a Saturday, I'll do that too. We have our lifts, so I lift probably 3 times a week if I can get in. If I can't, that's fine. It's not a big deal. But I like to feel good. I like to work out. It's really hard for me not to work out or do some sort of physical activity. Mm-hmm. So I'm always doing something, whether it's working, going for a walk, doing a track workout, getting some touches in. I'm always doing something. And I enjoy our track workouts, which I feel like a lot of people wouldn't say, but I like our workouts.
And how about her older sister went to SIUE? Sorry, Barry. I was going to say her older sister Savannah went to SIUE first, okay, and then Tegan followed in her footsteps. But yeah, sorry about that.
It's all right. I was just wondering about your diet. Are you conscious of what you eat, or do you just eat whatever you want?
Most of the time I feel like I eat pretty well. That's what I'm really excited for this year is I have my own kitchen, so I can finally cook and make my own food. But when I'm home, I would say eat pretty healthy. I try and find lots of protein, especially in the mornings, lots of protein, carbs. There's some days where I'll just eat whatever I want. Sure. And because I just don't want to restrict myself or anything like that.
She does do an ice cream run for her father, though.
Yeah, I probably have ice cream every night.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, exactly. But
I used to do that in college. At Southern Illinois, how is it? We talk about being taken care of as an athlete. How is it being taken care of as an athlete there as a track athlete? Do you get
as a mid-major?
Do you get a training table? Are there places where you can go and a fueling station for all the athletes? Do you get those? Not obviously in the summer, but during the school year, do you have that opportunity at school there?
Yeah, we actually do. We have, which is a big deal for mid-major, we have a nutrition center, which is athletes only. And so we can pop in there whenever we want, grab a bagel, grab milk, whatever. We're sponsored by Prairie Farms and First Form. So we have a lot of protein options, protein powders, protein bars, stuff like that. So that's something I no, you don't find in many mid-major schools, which I'm really thankful for. Our athletic trainers are amazing. They are always there for you. Track practices and lifts get done later, so they'll stay late for you, so you can get your treatment in. Or after meet, they usually aren't open on Sundays, but some of them will come in on Sundays just to help us recover after a long meet the next day. But
Awesome.
I will say, as a track athlete, we do not have locker rooms.
Yeah.
We are one of 2 teams that do not have a locker room at SIUE. So that is kind of hard, because if you, as a long jumper, if I have a practice where I'm jumping into the sand and I have a class right after, I can't shower, I can't rinse off, I can't really change. I just have to go straight from practice straight to class. So that's the one thing that is pretty hard.
So I have a couple questions for people that don't know much about athletics, which is track and field. Going to the fall, normally that's football season, that's women's volleyball season, that's a few other sports. Is that when the indoor track is? Indoor track season, is that also in the fall, or is that in the winter?
We have our hardest training in the fall, but we don't start competing until December.
Okay, so it's a winter sport.
December, yes. It's It's like December through end of February.
Yeah. And then the spring track season comes on in late February, March, and goes through May, I think, right? Somewhere
we
in
have
that
about
ballpark.
a week off for spring break, and then we're back at it the next week. It is our first outdoor meet.
Yeah,
awesome.
Good stuff. Hey, T, so this is a volleyball podcast, so I want to talk to you. I want to let everybody know our journey when it comes down to club, right?
Mm-hmm.
But before we do that, you got a little bit of a twist this year going into college. What's that all about?
Well, instead of just doing track, I'm also playing volleyball for SIUE.
Wow.
Here.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
There's a very few people that could be dual sport athletes. So I tip my hat to you. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, Coley did it. And he was fortunate enough to do both. Same thing, right? One the fall and then the one the spring. So it worked out really great for him. So yeah, she's doing the same thing. And she's a little body type is a little bit different. Maybe, same heights kind of stuff, but she can play in that level. She could play that level coming out of high school, but just the fact that she's got a full year of development underneath her, she's a different player now. So I think she'll definitely be chasing some playing time this year, which would be great. And I think it's a great experience.
We'll have to pipe some games in. I have a question for you before we talk about your journey with club and volleyball to where you are today. I was going to ask this about high school, but this is a great question for you now. Do you find the training for track for what you do in jumping? It's, again, different than running, being a miler where you're running constantly, you're doing stuff. Do you find the trainings to help in different ways for cross training for volleyball and high jumping or long jumping? Do you think it helps, or is it just more training just for your body anyways? Do you think there's a cross training that can benefit for you? Or have you seen that through high school when you were training both?
There's definitely a crossover between the two. I do a lot of plyos for both, so I'm jumping all the time. Working on my speed also really helps, especially during my approach or even just defense. It really helps me move.
Yeah.
And even weight training, we do a lot of explosive lifts. We do a lot of hex bar jumps, cleans, squats, stuff like that, and it translates in both. So it's really interesting to see, and my lifting coach is the same for track and volleyball, so he will tell me this is a crossover, great. So you don't need to do, you don't have to worry about this when you do track, it's going to help you with volleyball, or this is going to help you with track. You're still in a good spot because of we do a lot of the same things.
So how do you manage doing two sports, or how are you going to manage? If you're in track season, indoor or whatever, are you going to be able to, or I guess volleyball is in the fall. So if you're in volleyball, are you going to be able to train for track? Do you do both? Do you just do one at a time? How does all that work?
So volleyball practices go from 8 to 11 in the morning, and track practices are usually around 2 or 3, and then the lift is after that. My classes start early in the morning, so I'm there for 2 hours, and then I have to leave, which is usually the cutoff between practice and lift for volleyball. So they lift 10 to 11 usually. And so I'll come back later and lift with the track team. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the track lifts or if I'm going to do the volleyball lifts quite yet. And the goal is to get about 2 track workouts in a week. And if we can't do that, it's fine. If we can, that's awesome. We also have these things called whoops. I don't know if you guys know what those are.
What's it
They're
called?
like a whoop.
Whoop.
Yeah.
Whoop.
They
There
are
it is.
little wristbands, I guess. They're watches, but they don't have a watch face. They're just a band, and they track everything. They track your heart rate, your sleep, your rest, your body battery, everything that you need to know. And so our exercise science department is actually giving us those this year for women's volleyball. So they're able to track how my body is feeling with my athletic trainers, both of my coaches and our lifting coaches. So they're able to balance whether or not I should do another workout, or if I should take it chill, or if I can do another workout, how intense can it be, stuff like that. So
Incredible.
they've already been able to
Science.
talk about a lot of things. And then I'm not sure, we usually have one meet in December. I'm not sure if I'll compete in that or if I'll get a break, since volleyball season will end of November for our team. We'll see. I don't know what spot I'm going to be in. I don't know how much training I'm going to have under my belt by then, but I think it's going to be a lot, but I also think it's going to be smooth because of the people that are surrounding me and that are helping me out.
Yeah, there's a guy by the name of Mark Jamison. He was in sports performance here at Bradley when I was coaching here, and he's actually the director over there now at SIUE. So good connection there for me, which another eye roll for these guys when I walk into SIUE. They're like, "Did you know Mark?" Yeah.
Well,
So Mark's a good guy. He's on bleeding edge stuff. So even for mid-major, he does a really good job there. I'd love to have him on the pod, by the way, just to tell us where we're at and in terms of all the training out there. And he's willing to do that. So.
Yeah. And, listening to what you're saying, like, I'll tell you this, at my age, when you get past your college career, it's tiring and it's hard and it's as much of a struggle that tool practice is, or, man, I just played a match and I've got to get up and then I got to go run. You're going to look back and be stoked you did it. And also you're not going from like playing women's volleyball and then playing women's basketball where you're just constantly jumping on the hard wood. You're kind of cross training. Like you said, you're doing different things, but a lot of the same trainings, but they're different actions at the elite level of those two sports. When you're trying to jump a long jump or triple jump, that's far different than an approach. Yeah, you're jumping, but it's completely different. So hopefully that'll help your body out. And then the other thing, this is just kind of a joke for us old men, but I've said this multiple times and people don't believe me, but I believe all of us could play today's game at the way the game's being played today if we had what she just talked about. Could you imagine if the three of us, when we were 17 years old, had something that told us we needed to lift more, we didn't need to lift more, we need more protein, we need more sleep? We didn't have that. We went down to the College Inn and drank and called it even. So it's actually just, I don't know. I'm just saying me, not you guys, but if it actually kind of helps my case in that, like, cause just an incredible opportunity for you as an athlete and as a young woman that cares about your health and working out, like you said, to learn that, to have a fuel center with someone that can talk to you about what's best for your body, what you're lacking in, what you need. Incredible. And that's great that, like you were talking about your school being a mid-major, you deserve it and all the schools deserve it. So hopefully they can continue to grow and give the opportunities for student athletes like yourself, that opportunity to just be a better person, better athlete, better overall human being, right? That then in turn helps you with your sport.
Yeah. So during her high school volleyball and club, she kind of ran into what your older boy CK ran into a little bit, but at a high school level, toxic environment, and got through it because a new change of coaches came in, and it was a world of difference. I mean, this kid was all conference, unanimous all conference her freshman year, and then some things happened where then she wound up being on her, when the coaching changed, she wound up being on her senior year. So there's a couple years that you can read between the lines a little bit, some stuff that went down, but she got into some club here, and really, I know good training, I know good knowledge, I know good play, and it wasn't here. So I've mentioned Chris and Kalani Mahi a number of times. Kalani was the head coach of Oklahoma one time, head coach of Bradley, and he was at UNI for 15 years as associate head coach with Bobby Peterson. Very, very good trainer. And I've mentioned Bear and Kalani in the same breath about being able to train athletes and top dogs. So they run Club Iowa, and that's 3.5 hours away from here. And I was doing lessons at Cedar Falls, Iowa for a couple of years. So I was doing 3.5 hours one way to do private lessons. So I would do 2.5 days worth, but I'd have like 28 kids. So I was packed all the time. So I said, T, it's a really good club. I mean, the University of Texas, UNI, I mean, they're pumping out these great athletes for volleyball. I'm like, I go up there. Do you want to go? And she says, okay. So they took her in. She was surrounded by some great players. And we would, right after school, I would take her up there 3.5 hours. She'd go practice 2 hours T, and we go home 3.5 hours. She'd get home 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and kept up with their grades and all that kind of stuff. But it was by far a great choice from us, just from a training perspective. It wasn't a toxic environment. All the girls got along. They worked hard, and the training was just over the top. And now she's getting her opportunity to kind of showcase a little bit now, which I'm so proud of. But that's an unusual journey to do 3 nights. Now we're talking Midwest. We're not talking California traffic or anything. We're talking like open road, and off we go. But we did have snowstorms that we went through and all this kind of stuff. But that was her unique journey, guys. That's what we went through.
That's more than unique to me. That you see it, you hear about it when you watch a 30 for 30, or you get to certain things. First, I want to say this to you, Tegan, just listening to that, is congratulations that you're playing volleyball at Division I college for earning it. Most people can barely drive an hour to practice and complain about it, let alone 7 round trip.
Yeah.
Forget the 2 hours practice, the 30 minutes your dad talked to 3 other people that walked in that knew him from 10 years ago, and it turned into, instead of 2 hours, it was 2 hours and 45 minutes. Then you were hungry and you stopped and got something. So I do it with my kids, or did. I get it. But, I feel like, all of us are such great friends, and the kids, I feel like you're ours. And it's just such an honor as a father and a parent of an athlete to see you put that in, and to earn something from it. I mean, you earn something from it for sure, in lifetime with your father, commitment, things like that. But to get it paying forward, where you're a Division I collegiate volleyball player, and driving up there was probably a big part of that helped you evolve as a player. So congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah. Crazy thing is Tegan was a teenager at one time. 11th grade specifically. We did this for 2 years, right, T? We traveled for 2 years? 3 years.
Sophomore year.
Definitely her junior year, when I go, I'm not driving with you for 3.5 hours. Not doing it. Here's the keys. And I literally go in the house. I'm like, you need to call your coaches, let them know why you're not coming, or you can drive yourself. So the first time she's like, going off as she usually does. The second time I did, because, of course it just didn't happen one time, multiple times. So I go, fine. What'd she do? She freaking grabbed the keys and drove 3.5 hours all by herself to northern Iowa 16? To go to practice, because I was not going to be in the van with that girl at all. But by the time her senior come around, different kid, so much fun to be around. The trips were amazing. She knew right away when she started to act that way, and was hangry or tired or whatever the case may be. She handled it. She matured, which is awesome, and it also helped her. Junior year she had a rough in terms of being a teenager, but senior year, so much fun to be around. She's been so much fun to be around lately. So. You just go through that as parents. It wasn't smooth sailing. Trust me, it was not smooth sailing. But the 3.5 hours was what it was, right? So it was just part of what we did, and yeah. So it was a journey, unlike others, but we did it. Yeah, all good stuff.
What do you have to say about that, Tegan?
I can't deny any of it. Yeah. I wish I
true.
could, but I can't. But I honestly like driving to practice by myself sometimes. Like, we would have Wednesday, Sunday practices, so I would drive on Sundays since it would be early morning, but I'd be up at 5:30, leaving at 6 to get to a 10:30 practice or whatever. So it was a lot, but I mean, I would like driving myself, and at some points I would pick up some of my teammates on the way because we were all from everywhere, so I would pick them up on the way and we'd drive together to practice. But
those are things you'll look back. Yeah, you'll look back on that stuff and as you're older and older. But then the other thing is, like, when you are struggling at practice, and you're going to, I mean, let's all be real. Like, there's going to be a game you play great. There's going to be a game, like, you can call back upon that and just remember through that time, like, man, this is nothing. Like, going back to the gym to pass tonight, that's not getting in the car and driving 3.5 hours when it's snowing outside and I don't want to go. And oh, by the way, I got to drive home 3.5 hours too after practice. So like, those are the things, like, going through stuff like that. I feel like people don't look upon it sometimes, but it's here and it's in your heart and obviously in your spirit. And when those times are tough, you know, that seems like, to me, listening to what you did, like, things would be a lot easier than that. You know,
yeah. I mean, you think about it too, because she didn't go play volleyball after her senior year. She didn't. So we did. I mean, and so, but I tell you guys before, it was totally worth it. Once you agreed to eat that, all those 3 years of driving all that way, even though she didn't go right to the next level, whichever level that was, it was totally worth it from a training perspective.
Time, wait, she didn't go to the next level at that time.
She is now.
Yeah. She's at that level.
Yeah, when we went on recruiting trips, I would tell them, I'm like, because most of the coaches knew my background, and I would say, I'm letting you guys know she's a late bloomer. I know you can't see it. I'm telling you, she's a late bloomer. And I mean, from a physical perspective, like, she still has a lot more. She's all legs. She has no. We always tell her, hey, can you go across the street to that torso shop, please, and go buy yourself a torso, because you're wearing an X or extra small right now. Your legs are XLs, but your upper body is an XS. Can you go do that? But anyway, but yeah, no, she's, I mean, filled out. I mean, muscles like crazy. Like I said, she's got long jumper legs, and it's just different. But now she's getting her opportunity, which I'm really excited for. And we talked about it. We talked about the pros and cons of it, and I'm like, it's your choice. I'm letting you know how it's going to be, how it's potentially going to be. But she's in an extraordinary position that her track coach is all for it. No reservations whatsoever. All for it. I mean, you got a freshman conference champion, wants to do a different sport. Don't want to kind of let that go, you know?
That's awesome.
But he did coach Savannah. Coach Savannah, he knows I coach track. There's a good connection there, but he just believes in our family, and he knows she'll work hard, and she'll really put her effort into volleyball too. So when those two coaches got together and said, hey, this is what we want to do, it was just kind of magic. All just kind of fell into place. So
great for the school to have dual sport athlete, a female dual sport athlete in two great sports. How is volleyball at that school? Like, have they been to the tournament recently? How do they do in their conference normally? And what are you looking forward to the most about playing college volleyball?
Recently it just kind of depends on the season, on how they are, like what transfers they get in and what people transfer out and stuff like that. And so, but something that really helps with the team is their connection with each other. They all love each other. Like, I was with them for 2 weeks, and they hung out all the time and they did things together. They all went to Target together. Like, it was the small things that outside really helps on the court too. And they just acted like we were best friends for 5 years before it was the first day I met them, and I've known them for my whole life. And so being able to play with them in open gyms has been so awesome. And it's just been, I think it's going to be a fun season. I think we have a lot of talent on this team, and it's going to be competitive between who gets to play where and all that. We have a lot of pins. I think we have 7 pins this year. So competing between all of us and cheering each other on, like, I think it's going to be a good atmosphere. But yeah, I think I'm really excited just to play in the first place, whether or not I am on the court or on the bench or whatever. I'm just excited to play and compete for a spot. And I'm really excited to make connections with this team, because it's so hard to make connections with the track team because it's so much bigger. It's such a bigger team, and not all of us are long jumpers, not all of us are short sprinters, and so we all have our own different workouts. Like, we're not always together. So I think being with a team is something that I'm really excited for.
Yeah, SIUE is their challenge every year is to get to their conference tournament, right? So hopefully, like I said, when I went to Long Beach State, I'm here to win a national championship, and I was laughed at, right? So kind of Tegan's got that chip on her shoulder, a little bit like conference. Like, no, we'll go to conference. We need to get to the tournament, right? We need to win our conference to go get to the tournament. And that's what she told me before going into it. So SIUE is kind of the mid of the OVC. And hopefully they're trying to change that. Yep.
Hey, so I know you're early in your college career, but what's going to be your major, and what are your plans after college? Do you want to play internationally? Do you want to run internationally? What's in the future for you?
Right now, I'm majoring in psychology, but I'm minoring in sports and exercise psychology. I'm hoping to be a sports psychologist. It's something I've always wanted to do, some sort of psychology. I was looking at therapy, counseling, but I kind of steered away from that because I still wanted to be in the sports world. So whether or not that was competing or just my work. And I think sports psychology is so important. So I wanted to do that. And so I finally decided to minor in sports and exercise psychology this past semester. And I'm really excited for it. I like the classes that I'm taking. I'm really excited for my classes that I'm going to take this semester. But when it comes to after college, I have no idea. I have no idea if I want to compete. Volleyball, track, I have no idea. I haven't really thought about it. It's harder with track. I mean, you can go to meets still. You can still compete unattached, but it's harder to get to the bigger meets.
Yeah,
but
I have no idea what.
Yeah, you need sponsors and cash and all that stuff to get into those for sure.
National team or whatever.
I follow it, Barry. You can give me a call if you want. I love athletics. I really do. I watch it all the time, collegiately, internationally. I'm just a big sports fan, Tegan. So I don't know nearly as much as you do because you're involved in it way more. But for the casual fan, I probably know a lot more than most. But
this is the kid that we would go 3.5 hours almost every time we get in the car. Dad, you know that van that just went by? You know there could be a dead body in there. I'm like, oh my God. Like, are you serious?
Let's follow
it.
There's a car. Dad, do you see
White
that?
with no windows?
That's a good trunk for a dead body. Like,
or I'd be like, hey, right there,
Jesus,
that's
kid,
where I would
like,
put the body.
What's that?
I said we'd drive somewhere on the highway and I'd be like, that's where I'd put a body.
Yeah,
like,
that ditch right there and behind those woods. I'm like, oh my God.
Are you trying to is she trying to tell you something? That's the question. I would have been like, watch my back. So real quick, are you a freshman then in volleyball? Redshirt last year, that doesn't count.
I haven't asked about it. I need to, but
I would assume you are.
Right now,
it
says I'm a sophomore, but I still need to talk through it because we haven't honestly spoken about it to my coaches or anything.
Yeah,
but I think I'm
as of today, the rules today, as of today, still are five to play 4. And so since you started your clock and you were an athlete last year in track, you didn't play volleyball. So that should be your redshirt year. It's what happened with me in college when I played football. I didn't play football my freshman year. And then when I went into my sophomore year and started playing football to go along with volleyball, I was back to being a freshman again, even though I was a sophomore in school. So I would assume that, which would be awesome for you for 100 reasons, is you still have more opportunity to play even after track and field if you still love it and you're doing your thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea. I need to talk to my coaches about that, like totally being blunt, but I think I'm not sure.
Well, she's going to go see him in a couple days.
And play volleyball afterwards and get her master's.
Yeah. That's another thing is that's what I would do. I would get my master's and play another year if I was a redshirt freshman this year.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, again, I would bet you are. I'm not saying I bet a lot of money, but I would bet you are. The rules, I semi know the rules within collegiate sports, especially women's volleyball, and you sat out the year, and that's just your redshirt year. You get 4, like I said, 4 to play 5, 5 to play 4. They're going to change that soon. It's going to be 5 to play 5, so you're still going to get your 5th year anyways, most likely. So it's going to change one way, but you probably got it. So like Bear said, if you could do that, and especially, listen, you're a young athlete. you went through your challenges, as your dad just kind of alluded to, which I'd love to hear about with your coaching and how things went from good to bad, because it's important, especially if you want to be a sports psychologist or a sports therapist or whatever it would be. In today's world, having 2 young kids, or one kid go through high school and college, and then another one about to finish high school and go through colleges, they need this. It's a different world. Social media has changed things. The cutthroat business changed things. Money's changed things. I think having folks like you who played, who went through being an athlete and have that desire to want to become a sports psychologist to help young men and women or kids, depending where you wanted to, take that to, through their journey of just loving themselves through all the ups and downs of a journey. So that's cool. That's something you want to do. You don't hear that often, especially since you're an athlete. I think that's awesome. And that's something I think would be a great call. And by playing 2 sports, you open yourself up to different colleges, you playing volleyball in a tournament somewhere is going to be different than you running track. You might not go all the way out to Washington and play with Boise State, for instance, and let's say Washington State and San Diego State in a volleyball tournament. In track, you're not going to do that. You may be somewhere else. So that gives you even more of tentacles of people you can run into, people you can call back on in years to come as that network grows, when you decide to hang up your spikes and or your shoes and get into the real world. It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I actually, personally, I see a sports psychologist. So I've talked to her about it and like what drove her to do it and what she majored in, what she got her master's in, all that. And so I like what she does, and she's young. So I think that helps me connect to her more, is that she's younger. And just, I don't know, I think it's something that I want to give to other people. And so I feel like a lot of athletes, you see them major in exercise science or nursing or marketing, like sports marketing. I feel like you don't really see much of sports psychology. So I think it's a good route for me to go down.
So I got a great idea, and your dad could probably help this. Knipe thought of it, so maybe he could spearhead it and wait a few more years, and you could be like the I don't want to say the brainchild or the baby of it is. But he talked about, and Alan, so he talked about making it a full major. Just call it an athlete, like the athlete major. And in that major, you learn economics, you learn, social media, you learn all that. And you also have a course of
sports psychology.
Right.
Yeah. Not just that you're talking to a sports psychologist like yourself with your master's and teaching it or talking to individuals, but actually taking a course to be and understand it from that perspective of a student, or compared to just talking to someone. That would, I think, even enhance kids and young men, like, kids that are young men, young women in college, such an opportunity for them to see it from a different lens as well, from the book lens, from the teaching lens, from the theory lens, not from the discussion of just my problems to your problems, but and then at the same time, have those therapists, sports psychologists helping kids, because the sports business is getting rougher by the day. And so it's needed more and more to help people have peace of mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barry, you going to say something real quick?
Well, I was just kind of wondering, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but going to a sports psychologist, I've never done that. We didn't really even have that, I don't think, when we played much.
Nope.
Like, what kind of tools does she give you? And I don't want to ask, like, what your issues are or what you need help with, but like, how does she make you a better athlete?
Well, I've been a really anxious runner, like really, really anxious runner, even since I was I was little.
Sports
when I was
performance anxiety,
like 6th grade, I would say, is when it started, because that's when I started getting really good at the 400, and I just ran this crazy time, and I was like, oh my gosh, I have all this pressure on me to perform so well. And so it still carries with me, whether it's a running event or a field event. So I started seeing her at the beginning of the school year, before track even started.
In college or high school? Okay.
Yep. College.
Yep.
So I started seeing her at the very beginning of the year. and she's a grad assistant. So she was literally right out of her master's, or she's getting her master's while she's doing this. And so things that we would talk about, things that don't help me that I know. So like breathing makes me more anxious. So focusing on my breathing makes me feel my heartbeat, make me think more, all that stuff. So I stay away from that. Visualization, I can't visualize. If I close my eyes and I try and think of something or think of me performing, I can't see it, which is kind of crazy. It's very rare. I literally can't see anything. So
how about the dead bodies driving by? Do you see them? Just kidding.
No.
I see dead people.
No. But yeah, so I will do that. So instead of seeing it, I will walk through my stuff and still visualize my stuff, my approach, my steps, what my takeoff looks like. I will walk through that rather than trying to see it because I can't. And so
I'm sorry to interrupt because this is very interesting to me. So you're saying instead of putting your mind, like closing your eyes, thinking, okay, I'm going to take left, right, jump, you actually walk it.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to go left. I'm going to go right. So that's how you visualize in a way, but actually doing it for you personally.
Yes. Yep. That's exactly what I do. And it actually helps me a lot. It calms me down. So if I usually have my headphones on, I always have my headphones out on me, except a lot of the time they aren't allowed on the turf or warm-up area.
What are you listening to?
Anything. I try and stay away from like pumped music because that raises your heart rate. So a lot of the times something that she's actually suggested to me is making a heart rate playlist. So get it from slower and then like beats per minute, slower to faster, the songs. So it gets me more hyped towards the end, right when I'm supposed to compete, rather than at 2 hours before when I start warming up, which I haven't done yet, but I think I'm going to try this year. But yeah, she has so many different things that she's helped me with, and she will tell me what my confidence, like how I should feel confidence-wise, like affirmations. I should be doing those every morning or writing things down. I journal every day, actually. I have an app that she suggested to me, and so I set it for in the morning, in the middle of the day, and then at night to see how I'm feeling throughout the day, and I can journal throughout. So at a meet, if I have a bad jump, I'll log it, I'll tell them how I feel, and then I'll journal what I'm feeling and why I'm feeling like that and why I think I'm feeling like that. And we'll go through that in my next meeting, and she'll help me with that too. And I think that's been my favorite thing.
How often do you guys meet?
Probably once a week.
Once a week.
So I usually do it right, like in the middle of the week. Wednesdays we would do them because it's right after meet, and then it's right before meet too. So we would talk about what went well, what went bad, and then what I'm competing in, how I think it's going to go, and what I'm nervous for, what I'm excited for. And so we really try and focus on the things that I'm excited for rather than just what I'm nervous for. So we try and actually stay away from that. We don't really talk about it as much. We talk at the very beginning, go through what I should do if I do get nervous or if those fears do happen. And then the rest of the meeting, we just talk about what I'm excited for, and we try and focus on that.
Yeah, this is a kid that would run the 400. She'd do jumps, high jump, long jump, 400, kill it. But prior to her getting into the blocks for the 400, it was a complete dramatic, oh my God, I get data, like major, to a point where towards her senior year, I just let her just have her meltdown. And the worst part for me as a coach, I'm like, you just spent so much energy on this, what she was dealing with, this sports performance, and then she'd get in the blocks and she'd do a great solid time, and knowing she could take off 3 seconds, which is a lot for a 400, because she had so much. And then when she's done with the race, oh, hey dad, like she would be throwing up before the race.
Yeah, sure.
And other head coaches would come over and say, hey, one of your athletes is over throwing up. I'm like, yeah, it's my daughter. She's fine.
She's good.
Know what I mean? Yeah, but it was just those things that she didn't have any, like Bear brought up. She didn't have any coping. She didn't know how to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
But everybody knew she was. I mean, you put her into the anchor at a 4x4, she'll chase you down, beat you. Period. End of story. I mean, she was really fun to watch. But an open 4 where she had to get in the blocks, no way. Mentally, like shut down. I mean, it was bad. And so now with the help, she's gotten a ton better.
I'm sitting here listening because I love that part of sports was the mind. It was something I valued in my own self and stuff, but forget me because I talk about me all the time. I love that you're on here for a few reasons. One is you're Sully's daughter, and it's just such a great honor to hear your story and what you're doing. But for 2 reasons I was going to say is one is you're a college athlete. You're about to be a dual college athlete. You just won the conference in track and field in Division I, and you have struggles. Right? Like you have struggles, and you from the outside, from a kid who's in high school as a junior going, man, I'd love to get a Division I, go run track in Division I. I'd love to win a conference championship. And you're doing it. And you're still having challenges that you need to work through. That's one thing. And the second thing that I love about it is thank you for being vulnerable and explaining this, because it's getting way better in this country, but it's still a little bit of a stigma. You can't go talk to someone. Go talk to someone. Talk to someone about your sports, talk to someone about your life. There's nothing wrong with not even say nothing wrong. I encourage people to talk to therapists about anything in your life, but especially what we're talking about today is you being a young athlete. It also, again, goes back to this. You drove 7 hours to practice. You trained your butt off in high school for 2 sports. This is for everyone listening, all the little volleyball. This is for the younger generation of volleyball players. It takes a lot more than to be successful in high school, let alone be successful in college. You need to value your mentors, your parents, the people you can talk to, and use every resource possible. If your high school has a therapist, go talk to them. Go help with your sports. You might not have the same issue that Tegan has, but you might have something different, and they can help you through it. Look what it's done for her. So don't ever be ashamed or don't think you can talk to someone. Thank you so much for sharing that, Tegan. Right. And it just goes back to what you just talked about, like how cool when your career's over, when, we got years for that, to be able to call upon what that therapist did for you just this first year, right? Just your first year, talking to daily, working through some of the stuff you just told Bear, journaling, calming yourself down. Everyone say, just breathe. Well, for you personally, that's not good for you, right? Yeah. And so learning that and being able to adapt to that, I think it's fantastic. And I'm excited for, this upcoming fall for your volleyball career, A, for not playing for a while, B, to be hungry for that, C, to get your chance, and for D, to have all of this mental stuff that you've already overcome and embraced and learned and put into your system now as a redshirt freshman, sophomore in college to go. Man, it's going to be awesome. Fired up for me.
Excited.
Yeah, good stuff, T. Well, we've been here about an hour. Appreciate you, girl. I know you're only around the corner because she's dog sitting right now, but we got her all set up for Set the Pipe. But I know our boys appreciate you having her on with great. Us. I thought that was a nice little volleyball angle, and I think it's a good story for other ones out there that potentially want to do it that don't show limits, right? So love you, kid. And I appreciate you coming on Set the Pipe.
Yeah, best of luck to you, Tegan.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for luck. We'll be cheering for you. And thanks for joining and coming on. And tell all your friends to subscribe, Set the Pipe. We love doing this, and we'll keep bringing you content from wonderful young athletes to some of us old athletes too.
That's right. Okay, so everybody, welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully, and there's CK. Oh, geez, and there's Bear.
Hey.
What's up, Bear? Today, we have a nice guest here from Puerto Rico originally, Tony Gayton. Welcome, man, to Set the Pipe. We're pretty stoked to have you on.
Welcome, Tony. Glad to have you on here.
A pleasure being here. I'm looking forward for this.
Great.
Excellent. Awesome. Well, Bear got back to us about a week and a half ago and says, hey, I got this guy, Tony. I think we need to talk to him. coming from Puerto Rico, and sounds like you went through Florida, and now you're in Houston. You're pretty involved, almost 20 years of coaching. So you're the type of guy that we want to talk to. And we think that our audience will really get educated on certain things that they may not be a part of, especially Puerto Rico volleyball.
Yes, sir.
So, so I don't know quite where you guys want to start, because he's got a pretty good resume going on there. What do you guys think, boys?
Go, let's let Bear get out after it right here.
Well, Tony, it's great seeing you again. And it was awesome coaching with you last week. Thought we had a little bond there. And just kind of curious about your story. You grew up in Puerto Rico. You told me a little bit about when you were 14 that you were throwing 90 mile-an-hour fastballs.
Oh,
And you wanted to play baseball, but your mother was like, And then how did you get involved in volleyball? Tell us about yourself.
Listen, when I was like 14 years old, my dad took me to Montreal Expos camp in Fort Lauderdale, right?
Okay.
Just to learn how to play the big game. I'm always been playing baseball. You know that the sports in Puerto Rico, top three is like baseball, basketball, and volleyball, right?
Yep.
But before volleyball, boxing. We used to box on the streets for fun, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So my dad took me to Montreal Expos camp for Lauderdale, and then I went as a right field, center field, left field, just to get some balls. Two scouts, I remember their names. I will never forget their names. Carlos Acosta from Venezuela, and then Randy Kears from Florida told me, Tony, just give me a fastball, throw me a fastball there. And I throw a fastball, and it was like 92, 91. And I'm like, do you ever pitch before? I'm like, no. What else you can throw? I'm like, curveball. I'm not a pitcher, just a fastball and a curveball. I throw another fastball, and it was 94. They were like,
94.
wow. So they talked to my dad, and that night they have a scrimmage, a double-A scrimmage in the Montreal Expos. And they told me, do you want to throw an inning? I'm like, why not? I was scared. Yeah, big guys versus a 14-year-old guy.
Yeah.
So I went there, and I strike out two, and then I fly out. And they were like, well, we want this kid, right?
Yeah.
So I remember that back in the day, they talked to my dad, and they were like, well, we're going to offer him money. And it was like $50,000 back then. It was
that's a good chunk of change.
It was a really good. And then my dad were all pumped or excited, right? And when we talked to mom, my mom told to my dad, I remember hear her like on the phone saying, Victor, don't you ever sign any paper. And if you do, when you come back, this is done. You and me, divorce. So there it goes. My baseball career
was done.
Well, it was done back then.
How do you feel about that?
Listen, I don't regret it. When obviously I was a kid, I wasn't your kid. Mentality wise, we're like, well, that's my chance. This is my chance, right?
Yeah.
And back then, of course, I get frustrated. I get mad. But the point of my mom that day was like, you know what? You're going to finish school. You're going to finish college. And then you can do whatever you want in life. But you need that piece of paper. So now I take that with me, and I'm like, you know what? My mom were right. I don't regret it. I
have a question for you, though, with regards to that. If you were throwing the ball at 14 in the 90s, why didn't you continue to play baseball, and what made the pivot to volleyball?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I keep playing baseball, don't get me wrong, 15, 16, even double A, Juby double A in Puerto Rico, right? But at 17 years old, I got my first boy, my oldest boy.
Gotcha. Okay. Life changes very quickly.
Life changes. That was something that changed my entire life,
Absolutely.
I got a lot of stuff going on. Also, between baseball and volleyball, I also play volleyball since I was a kid. Since kindergarten with my big brother. Outside the house in the asphalt, the white letter ball, peppering, big purple, like bruises. Bruises. So there was my two sports, right? After I got my first son, that now he's 28. Um, I uh, I always have been playing volleyball, like college wise, in my college career in Puerto Rico. I because you know what, 17, when I keep going on, I don't want to, you know what, I don't want to stop my life there. I want to be a professional, right? So
Mm-hmm.
having a kid at 18, 17, going to college, somehow bring money home, playing pro there. Um, 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 that's the reason I decide to, you know what? Nobody wants 18, and this reality, nobody wants an 18 year old guy with kids. You know what I'm saying? Like they were looking for something else back in the day. You know,
Right.
Sure.
no responsibilities and stuff like that.
Right. Yep.
So that's why I stick in volleyball as a player, and I did it. You know, and
Yeah.
I keep playing volleyball like back home pro, and I retired in 2003 since 1997.
Now, are there
Awesome.
different levels in Puerto Rico for pro, or is it just a pro league and that's it?
It's pretty much like USA. You know, we have clubs, and then we have the U17, U18,
Right.
U19,
Right.
and then just pro there. Boom.
Just pro. Okay.
We
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
the pro, and then we got something. Let me give you an example. Like we got the pro league, and then we have something like semi pro league. So that's the warm up
Okay.
before
Mhm.
getting there. You know, like
Yeah. Yeah.
two
Yeah.
different leagues, but this is the warm up, and this is the pro league.
Like a triple
So yeah,
A, and then you go to
Yeah.
there
You
you
know
go.
what's
big leagues. Yeah.
one of the
There you go.
interesting things you said, Tony, to me, which is pretty cool to hear, and I've been fortunate enough, like these guys, you know, we played in the early '90s, and the Puerto Rican players were just starting to come into the men's volleyball league here in the United States. BYU had a few, Penn State had a
Penn
few,
State.
and then, you know,
Yep.
obviously there's so many great players. Puerto Rico's always been great. The juniors come here and play. But what I love to hear is, like you said, it was one of the top 3 sports in your country, where, you know, here in ours, it's maybe for girls growing up, it's one of the top sports, but for overall in the sports in the United States, it's middle of the road or below. And how was that growing up? Like, just to be like, everyone's just aware of the game, they go to games. Like, how do you, like, just start to pick that up as it being one of the most important sports in your country?
Oh my God! Like just going to a pro league there. Uh, Full capacity, fans screaming behind you. You see the core, you see like, wow, this is really good volleyball here. Like you said, really good players. Like we got
Mm-hmm.
Javier Gaspar.
Yep.
Mhm.
He played for the US team
Yep.
at
Mm-hmm.
Penn State. We got one, Vitito Rivera. He played for Lewis. Keno Gandara, like
Yeah. Keno,
right
We
yeah.
know
now,
Keno.
Keno.
We know
Yep.
Keno. He's a
So
great
Good
guy.
guy.
exactly. So I when on my rookie league, I my first team was with San Juan. Kano were already about to like 2 more years or 3 more years, and then he retired. But being a core with player like that, and then see that sport growing up like from 0 to 10, it was really amazing.
Mm.
Like it's hard to play because you know what? We don't have the same facilities that we do on the States right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of our courts were like pretty much, not all of them, but most of them, like on cement. You know, like go to a
Mhm.
practice, you cement, like the net, like you see pigeons flying. So all this
Pigeons.
environment
Excellent.
is so hard for us.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
I'm saying not all of them, right? But
Yeah.
Yeah.
where I'm coming from, where I developed myself as a player, as a small town called Vega Baja, north, 20 minutes, 25 minutes from San Juan.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that pretty much good facilities to train, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have these elite coaches. We just have people that know the game, and they're able to help you to get there, you know? And they learn with you, and you learn with them. And they do
Mm-hmm.
it for free. They're just waiting for someone to show them the court and do some reps and stuff like that, right? So that was the hard part. And then see, coming from that to whatever is right now is unbelievable. Like between those two sports, basketball and volleyball right now, and I'm really proud to see how the game grow and how we develop good players that, like you said, they have been playing BYU. The last one is Gabi Garcia, you
Yep.
know, like players like that. It made me really proud where we came from for where we are
To
right
where
now.
you're at
So the
now.
facilities have come a long way too. Then since you were growing up, have they changed that? Is it better facilities for some of these places growing up for these kids?
It have changed, but after Maria, the hurricane, we were back again. We lost so much.
That was tragic.
It
Yeah.
was tragic. Like we lost whatever we built. We lost like we have to. If you want to, if you want to go to good places, right? Like to have good practices in some towns, not all towns. We have to travel a little bit to get, like the coliseums and stuff like that. But yeah, after Maria, it was a big, like starting all over again. But we're getting back into the field. Like I just went to with my boys to the Caribbean tournament. That was one of the best tournaments that I ever been, to be honest with you. And seeing that from my perspective when I was a kid means a lot. So yeah, I'm really proud of what we have become over there.
What position did you play?
I'm sorry?
What position did you play?
Well, I start as middle blocker, right? In the pro league. Then some guy called Colin McMillan came, and I was competing with Colin, and Colin was 6'10" versus a 6'4". So
sounds familiar.
So coach told me, Tony, we're gonna move you to the outside. I'm being decent in passing, Okay, we're gonna move you to the outside because Colin, thanks to Colin, he took my spot. But I love you, Colin. It's all good. It's all good.
So middle to outside, you didn't do right side. You went straight to passing and swung on the left side.
Went straight to the pass, or whatever they need.
That's hard to do.
Player. Yeah,
that's hard to do from a middle to left side. Usually the natural is to go from middle to right side, right? Put up a huge block, and you don't have to worry about passing so much. But man, that's a big switch, and you were successful at that. Wow,
and no excuses. You cannot give. I got a good coach, and he passed away. Israel Garcia, one of the, I believe, the top coach right now in Puerto Rico, like forever. And if you give him an excuse, he will tell you, well, go to kindergarten and start crying, and then when you start crying, come back again. Let's go, coach. I'm ready. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't like you weren't an athlete anyway at 14. So pretty much you can adapt to that left side hitting.
So through all of this, how did it lead you to coaching? So you playing Puerto Rico, you're playing pro in Puerto Rico. What led you to getting into coaching and being here in Houston?
Well, you know what? I always been a big fan of sports. Let's start like this. I've been a fan of sports. When I went to college, I started in business administration, and I'm like, this is not for me. So I went to teaching, and then on teaching, I went to PE, right? So in PE, I'm being always a big fan of my sport of volleyball. I got chances, assisting coaches in my college for free, assisting college, and then it was an open league in my hometown. They opened a new club, and it was only for development, right? Me being a teacher from pre-K to 12. I like to work with little kids and all the skills, the motor skills and all that stuff. So I'm like, I sign up, and it was just for helping the community. It was for free. And of course, they were like coming like crazy, right? So that's where I feel like, oh, I like this coaching. I like this coaching job, Then things were not going that good as a teacher. When I say no good earning, paycheck wasn't. You know how it is. So I decide to go to Florida, to move to Florida, right? That was 2003. That was I retired playing pro over there. So when I moved to Florida, looking forward to get a job as a teacher, right? I applied 31 schools. Back in the day, you had to go to every school, bring your resume, and then cross your fingers if you get a call, right? So from 31 schools, I remember just two called me, and and I didn't get the job. So I finished with the mouse, with Mickey Mouse over there having fun, and then working for the mouse, right?
Sure.
Orlando, yes, yeah.
And then this is gonna be the funny part. Then of course I need an income, and then well I got my my training my personal trainer certificate, right?
Okay.
So I applied in this gym, and I was going back and forward. I didn't tell you this, Bear, but I was helping somebody at the gym. I always like to help people. If I see somebody making something wrong, if an exercise or something, I like always to jump in. So I helped this guy, right? I helped this guy for like 2 months. One day he told me, Tony, you know who I am? I'm like, yes, you're Scott. You're my friend. I've been helping you for. Are you gonna get? Because I've been helping. You're gonna buy at least some sessions, so now I can get paid. He told me, well, you know what? I'm looking for a personal training development trainer. I work for the Orlando Magic, and I'm the vice president of operations for Orlando Magic.
Jeez.
Always being a nice guy,
That's
man.
crazy.
And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm like, you're joking. I'm like, no, you're gonna see I go pass by the office. You're gonna ask for Bill Burgos. Bill Burgos was the head trainer for the Orlando Magic back then.
Okay.
And you're gonna tell him that you're coming from Scott. And I got a part-time over there with Orlando Magic training those guys in home games.
Okay.
Cool.
And then from there, I meet Chuck, and then it was something else. Going back to volleyball, my stepson told me, Tony, we need we need a head coach in the high school. I'm like, come on, like it's gonna be hard for me coming now. I haven't coached for like a couple of years. Change has like stuff have changed.
Yeah.
You know,
It's gonna be hard.
to be honest with you, language barrier, communications. We have a lot of stuff going. Like back home, we make some calls over here. A ball, D ball, red ball, white, and I'm like, oh, so I have to go back again to school, and well, they got me in. They put me on the spot. Of course, I wasn't gonna say no. I started coaching high school in Florida. Then another club coach from Florida told me, Tony, we need a coach. I'm like, here we go. So then I started coaching in Florida. I took a team that it was like, you remember the movie The Sandlot, the baseball movie?
Oh yeah, great movie.
Well, let's transform that to volleyball. I got a team
Volleyball
just like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Then it was fun to have those kids in 16s. No, I'm sorry, 15s all the way to 18s. When we finished with that team, we finished first in the region, and then back then, you know that you had to win a bid to go to USA, stuff like that. We went to Rockstar. Coach Matt was mad. I remember.
Furbringer, yeah.
Wow.
They were getting a bid with that team. We won in two sets. Me and Coach Matt, we were looking for a bid back then, and then we ended winning that match. First time that we beat Orlando team, win a team like Rockstar.
Yeah,
it was
legit.
So and I keep going, and then I was
Can't
about
wait to heckle Matt when I call him after the show today.
Call him.
Oh, I will.
I love Mike. He's a really great guy.
He's a great
guy. And after that, I was about to retire, pull my gloves. I'm like, I'm done. I need a break, whatever. And then HBA, Sean Carter, he's like, no, you're not quitting. I'm going to bring you to Houston.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, well, I have to talk to my wife, of course, and see if she wants to make the change. She's like, you're crazy. You're crazy. But here we are. I love it. I don't change it. I love Houston. I love Sheffield. The club that I am. Is amazing.
How long have you been there?
Well, I got 1 year.
Oh, 1 year.
1 year living in Houston, but I've been coaching for 2. Before I moved here, I was traveling every weekend. Last year, I was traveling Friday from Orlando, Friday for Friday practice, Saturday practice, Sunday practice, and then Sunday, I lay flight. I go back to Florida and then do it all over again every weekend. And
What
then,
coaches will do, man. It's
You would fly
amazing
into
what coaches
Houston
will do. I got to tell you. Yeah.
Orlando.
Awesome.
I told like I'm like, let me test the water. I don't like to close doors. I don't like to say no. If I see something that I can work things out, I'm like, okay, let's do the sacrifice. I'm lucky that I have a family that always support me. You know,
It's a big deal.
it's a big deal. You know, go for it, do it. If you like it, we keep going. Okay. And it was amazing. Like it was hard. You know, like I said, I was working. Well, I was working as a PE teacher, as a dean, actually as a dean of students, going into the office on Monday, deal with kids, get out early on Friday, go do practice, go back again early morning. It was kind of hard. So my group, my team, my 17th group, and I have to say this, it was 17th back then. Um, amazing group of kids. They told me on 18th, coach, we're willing to help you move, to help you unload the truck if you move to Houston.
Yeah.
They were
That's
begging
awesome.
me. They were begging me, and then they were a really big part of my decision to move. We get this connection, and this is so hard. Because you have to let them go now. All of them are going to college right now, you know, and I suffered this team big time just because the relationship that we established as a team plus family, right?
Sure.
And then they were the reason I'm being here now. I'm being here like 1 year. 1 year.
1 year.
Can you go a little more into that story about them helping you move a little bit? Because you told that the other day, and it's a great story.
It wasn't like a big decision for us, for my family, right?
Yeah, Puerto Rico to Florida, and then
From
boom.
Puerto Rico, I jumped to Florida. I never, because we don't like to be hopping around, and we believe in being established in one place. Just because I got 4 kids, I just got one little one, Derek, 9 years old. I don't like this moving around.
Different schools,
it's
foundation.
different schools, exactly, stuff like that. So making this decision was hard. So like I told you, I was going back and forward that year. And then I was like, let's see how the connection, you know, with the boys, how I can bundle with them, how I can bundle with the team. Remember, new person into a gym, you know, he's coming from Florida. Let's see how the connection is. So I was testing the waters with everybody, staffing, kids, parents, and it was like good vibes, man. Like to be honest, it has been amazing. For 22 years, this has been the most amazing and enjoyable experience that I have as a coach.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's great to hear.
What I was going to say though is like your guys that wanted you to coach you to move to Houston, didn't they meet you to help you unload the moving van?
I was going there. So
okay.
I drove straight up from Florida, and the deal was the next day when I get there to my new place, I need you at 12:30 to unload the truck. But I was joking. I need to sleep, you know, like give me a break, you know.
12:30 at night. 12:30 at night.
No, 12:30 p.m.
PM. Okay.
In the afternoon. Yeah.
In the afternoon. So okay, I was joking, you know. I was joking with them. It was a joke. You're gonna help me, but not at 12:30. I just got here like really early in the morning. Just give me a break, man. At 12:20 something, 12:21, 12:22, I hear the ring bell, ding dong, and I'm like, oh, who's there? Like it was my entire team in front of my house, ready to unload the truck.
Unload.
In the middle of the
That's
night.
awesome. That's cool,
So,
man. That's a lot of love. That's a lot of love.
Well, that's why you do it, right? I mean, this is why you do it.
Exactly. And then we unload the truck. It took me like 3 days to be my son, everybody to help me to load that truck. It took me an hour and a half to unload it. They were hype up. We got pizza. They stay here playing with my little one. We're jogging around and stuff like that. So that's why I told you these guys just meant so much, and they keep texting me. I got one playing the U17, sending me text, saying me, Coach, we lost in five versus Croatia. What I should do better, stuff like that. I'm like, bro, just being there is amazing. Just keep
That,
playing, have fun, enjoy. This is a great moment. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
If you go for the win, remember what we said here. It's good when we have a win. I don't use the word we don't lose. I use we learn. Okay. So if you learn that day, let's try to apply on the next day and just keep having fun. They keep testing me, and I don't want. Right now at the end of the season, we have pretty much a commitment. All of us have a commitment, and we're gonna get back together on 2034 for my little one's graduation because they love this one right here.
Yeah.
So that was part of the deal right now. So I know for a fact that they're gonna make it happen. They're not gonna
That's
forget
awesome.
that.
It's so
Yeah.
cool to, that's what we talk about on this show so much. We tell stories about our days, like we're old and we played a long time ago, but that story right there is just such, it's what makes sports so great. It's what makes
moments
teams,
and the journey.
sports so great. Like, because right there, you didn't even talk about the court. You didn't talk about passing. You didn't talking about setting the pipe. You didn't talk about any of that. You talked about humanity. You talked about growth. You talked about men. You talked about young folks. You talked about helping each other. You talked about laughing. You talked about just the human spirit all wrapped into a moment because you were their volleyball coach, right? Like you're just their volleyball coach.
Listen,
And that's pretty awesome. Thanks for sharing that story.
Sometimes we forget that, like, and that's when I told my fellow coaches, like, Tony, how you have been pretty much like successful in coaching in volleyball, right? I'm like, one, you always have to stay humble, no matter what. Humble opens a lot of doors, and two, don't forget that you're coaching live also. You're coaching the sport. Yes, you're coaching the sport, but you are a mentor. You're also coaching life.
Life
And that's
lessons.
the part that sometimes coaches forget. Like we got so much involved in our system there. What we're gonna do in our system? Let's make plays. Let's do this. Let's do that. But and we forget about coaching life. We forget how to show them empathy for others, and that's why we're missing on this. Pretty much, this world right now is the empathy. We don't have no empathy for people over here.
Amen.
So every time I get a team, especially if it's 18s, 50, I will say more than 50% of my job is to show them what they're gonna expect in life. You're late for practice, you're gonna be late for work. What the boss is gonna tell you, huh? The boss is gonna give you maybe a warning, but you know what? You might get fired. You're late at practice. We're gonna have consequences and stuff like that. Like just empathy and I believe it's a big role for coaches.
I think it's you said it, so I kind of reiterate it, but making it a little bit. I think it's lost today in all of youth sports. Now, I don't want to say all of it, but like I don't want to. I'm generalizing. Majority of it is it's about getting the scholarship. It's about now making money. It's about starting on your team, which is again working hard for all of those things. It's all of that. Coaches lose sight of it. Coaches are focused on keeping their job, making money. And at the end of the day, we talk about my older son who's 25, who had an awesome journey. He's done playing sports. Like he's now a man working in this world. Like he's not 40. I mean, he's just, 2 years away from playing a year and a half from playing. If we're not, when I say we, because I'm always going to consider myself a coach and I'm going to get back into it someday, but you and everyone else aren't teaching life lessons, aren't teaching what it's truly about, the journey. We are missing the boat. And that's what's creating a lot of the issues in youth sports and the fighting. And like I said, I've already said it many times. I haven't always been perfect, but I've tried hard to do that. So again, appreciate you saying that. Hopefully people that are listening that are coaches, besides setting the pipe and subscribing to our channel, is trying to incorporate that. And maybe if you're missing it, take a step back and realize why you got into coaching. Like you said, my dad was a high school coach for 43 years and people still find me and say, oh, my dad, right? Because he meant something to him. Like, just like you just said, you touch these people's lives in so many ways, and keep doing it. We need more coaches like you.
So Tony,
yes.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to share something real quick. I don't know if I'm going to try to be able to stay the way I am, but like, I will say like a month ago, right? Like 2 months ago, I got one of my boys messaging you on Facebook. Hey, Tony, I'm proud of you. Cause, finally I made it to the NTDP as a coach, as a helping coach and stuff like that. So they were happy. They were happy, right? They were happy for me. Tony, you're the best coach I ever had, right? Then a couple of weeks after, Dad called me and said, Tony, he committed suicide.
Oh,
That kid, that break me in pieces. Break me in pieces.
yeah.
Great kid, but it's stuff like that. That's why it's so hard sometimes to get connected and create the bond because they become one of your kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
They become one of your kids. You do so much for them. You get them there. You get them what they want. They play the next level volleyball. That's their dream, and then stuff like that. But you're not ready for situations like this,
No.
And then, it was really, really, really painful. It broke me in pieces. Here, I was doing clinics. I remember that day. I wasn't able to finish it. So
Tony, we've talked about really the three of us have talked about offline, the mental illness that are out there, the mental struggles that these kids go through, and we plan on reaching out to a couple of sports psychologists actually and diving into that kind of stuff, because all three of us, and even you, Tony, now being vulnerable like this, we've all gone through that. So it's touched us to the core, and obviously it has you, unfortunately. I'm really sorry to hear that, but it's a topic that a lot of people don't want to talk about. They don't, it's a stigma. But I think it's our duty as on this podcast of being these high level athletes that we were and coaches at time, that we need to bring that to the forefront. And we plan on doing that in the future. But it's touched all of us. So thanks.
Yep.
Unfortunately, thanks for sharing. But it's important for everybody in our audience to understand that that happens. And it's unfortunate. And if there's anything that we can do to prevent it, we have to. So
we have
to.
The only thing I would say is, like all of you are saying, is like, if you're listening to us, just pick up the phone and call somebody, a friend, just anybody, and someone will listen. It's hard to do, but it's important. And talking to someone is awesome. It's I do it. My whole family does it. On both of the
because
regular side and the sports side, and it's important. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's actually it's fun and it helps. So,
you're worth it. That's what they have to hear. You're worth it to somebody. You are worth it to somebody. It may not feel like it. It doesn't. Or it's just, it's your dream is not a dream, or your relationship is gone. Somebody else out there loves you, and you're worth it, and you have to know that. You really do. And like I said, it's something that we need to talk about more, and just make it, like Coley said, make it available to have just people talk to somebody, pick up the phone, text them, not even text them, talk to somebody.
Yeah, talk. It's important.
That's important.
I'll bring it to say again what Sully said is thank you for sharing that. But then the other thing, it goes back to what you said about coaching, is getting into the right things for the right reasons, right? Like, if you're going to coach, if you're going to get into business, if you're going to get into finance, if you're going to be a lawyer, whatever it is you're doing, usually you want to get in for the right reasons. Well, coaching, there is money in it at the highest level. We know that. A lot of people make a lot of money, but it's got to be about that. It's got to be about what you just said on both sides of it. You had an amazing email from someone, and then and one that crushed you. And if you give it your all, you're going to get crushed. It's like playing a game. I say it all the time to people, like in relationships, like, oh, what do you do if you're going to, get married? Or it's like, you go into a game, like, I never thought I was going to lose. I didn't care who we were playing. And when I was playing, I really honestly believed in my heart that we could win. And if you lost, you lost. That's the way it goes. Someone's going to lose, and you learn to deal with it. But if you think you're going to lose, you're going to lose. So it was one of those things. It's just like, I kind of lost my train of thought of why I was bringing that up with regard. So
No.
Apologize for that. You can edit that right out.
So now that you're done with your 18s, right?
Yes.
Really tight group. Now what? Are you going to start? Because it sounds like historically you've kept the team for a number of years. And then, so now do you go back down to a 14s and keep them for 4 years? What's Houston going to have for you?
No, right now, my boss just told me, Tony, you're the 18 guy. You're going to stick with 18s. So I'm like, I'm happy for that. Let's go. I just keep going and keep doing what I'm doing. And looking forward for this new season. We already processed the tryout process and we're ready to go.
What age do you like? Right? Because they're different. They're different.
They're different.
I mean, 14s to 18s, they're all different for a variety of reasons.
Yes.
And I'm not putting you in the spot to say, oh, you're not looking forward to the 18s, right? But like, is there a sweet spot that you like from a development perspective, or do you like that high level of the 18s because of your background? Where do you see yourself like, man, this is a sweet spot for me?
I don't see myself in 12, 14 years old like team. One reason is because the way you coach, the way you coach, you might get them scared away or whatever.
Yeah,
too much energy going on. A lot of patience, right? So it's people that do better job on that than me, to be honest. Let's go. I stay with the 17s and 18s. I've always been in that group age. 18s. I believe is a really good fit for me. Like we can identify. They identify a lot with me. It's a cool coach, but as soon coach is stepping to the court, okay, coach is coach.
Yep.
Then after that, okay, we can have our jokes and our good times, fun times or whatever. But yeah, I always see myself between that group age, between 17s and 18s. Yeah, I love that. I love that.
They call you coach. They call you Tony.
No. They call me Coach Tony.
Yep, that's old school, man. I do the same thing. It's funny when with parents, okay, that's great. Everybody calls, the kids call you coach. What do we call you? I'm like, coach. Like, because there's that line of respect. Like, okay, we're not gonna have beers because we're not gonna, right? So, yeah, that's old school thinking. I love it. I absolutely love you being called coach.
And on these days, like when I'm in the middle of a match and I'm giving instructions or whatever, yes, sir. Yes, coach. Yes, sir. You don't hear a jet Tony. No, the respect level is there. It's because, like everything starts from home and good parenting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's like Cole's dad, my dad. I mean, even Bear's dad, their coach. I mean, when they come up to me and talk to me about my dad football, it's like, yeah, I remember when Coach wasn't his first name ever. It wasn't even Coach Sullivan. It was Coach.
I don't even think half the people knew my dad's first name.
Mine either. And so I just kind of, same thing with my kids. It's always been, even though my 25-year-old girl has a boyfriend, he doesn't call me Sully. It's Mr. Sullivan. Period. In the story. I mean, because there's that respect line. Yep. Agreed.
So I have a question for all four of you because I'm with you on that. But this is when my wife and I coach. This is what we did. This is what we did. So I have a question. Okay. So I'm with you guys. Respect, coach. I always call all my coaches coach. My son's coaches. When my wife and I coached together in the past, and we're going to coach together sometime soon, she was Coach Kyman, and I was Coley. And I was fine with being Coley. I was the assistant, so I was fine with being Coley. At the high school level, do you guys think that's a big deal if she's the coach, like Coach Kyman, and I'm just the assistant, and they call me by my first name, or would you think they should also call me by coach?
Coach.
I'm just curious your opinion.
I say coach because they'll want to lean on you, right? And because you're their buddy.
Yeah,
but are you?
I'm the good cop. Michelle's,
right, you're the good cop,
tough.
right? But are you their buddy, right? And then yeah, to me, you're just coach. You mean Coach Coley, though?
Yeah. Okay. Bear, what do you think?
I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I'm a little torn on that because it is a good cop, bad cop thing, right? And I'm kind of okay with like Coley.
That's why I was like, okay. But Tony, you think I should be Coach Coley? You think I should be Coach Coley?
The deciding factor, Tony.
I will go with coach. I will go with coach. To be honest, I will go with coach. He's just like established that I don't know, like
yeah. No, I'm a coach. You're right. I am the coach still. I'm an assistant coach. So yeah.
But
I appreciate your guys' opinion.
No, but in my case, that was your wife, right? That was your wife, coach, and then you. In my case, if my wife told me I will call you Tony, I'm like, you call me whatever you want. I want to get in trouble with you. So
hey, can we go and talk about your wife a little bit? It's Marisol. By the way, I just have to say something. Tony and Marzel. And Derek invited us over to his house after our first day of camp. And he invited all the coaching staff over, and she made a dinner or I guess a
Puerto
lunch or
Rican
dinner
feast
for us. Authentic Puerto Rican food, and it was delicious. I actually went back for seconds or thirds.
No, Bear.
The pork
You
chops.
had more.
Is it the plantains? Is that how you say it?
It
I don't know.
was.
And the
it was,
potato
yes.
appetizers.
Yes.
It was unbelievable.
Yes,
Can't
it
wait to get
was.
to Houston.
Yeah, right.
Listen, more than welcome over here. It was sweet plantains with beef, right? And
Yes. Yeah.
we call that pastelon. It's like a sandwich, but with plantain. But you
Oof.
like put some cheese and all the stuff. Yeah, it tastes really, really good.
The rice.
Um,
Oh my gosh.
then we have some arroz con gandules, so that's rice with peas, and that's something that we're eating in Christmas. Okay, special
Okay.
occasions, right? Special
Yeah.
occasions, with our pork and stuff like that. Then we have potato. It's like potato. We fry the potato, but inside the potato we put meat. And we make like a baseball type of thing, like a
Mm.
baseball ball type of thing, and then it's like all you can eat because they taste so
Delicious.
good. And then pork chops, of
And
course.
those,
And then,
yeah.
well,
I had 3 pork chops, by the way.
Dude.
Why wouldn't you?
Wow.
Sounds. You guys have got me super hungry right now, and I'm ready to eat that
She was a
too.
wonderful host and a
See,
wonderful
that's
cook.
what I love about traveling is like going to places
Mm-hmm.
and eating different food. And obviously,
It was-
being in Houston isn't being in Puerto Rico, which I've been, which is I had the best time ever. But it's just authentic food, and again, you got me hungry, so it's exciting. What a great story!
Hey,
That's
Tony,
awesome.
is Marisol is Madi her nickname, or you just call her
Maru.
Marisol?
Maru. No.
Maro. Okay.
Maru, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We had a Madi at school. Her name was Marisol. So I was just curious.
I want to put you on the spot, though, and we're going to circle back around. Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot. Your little
Okay.
boy, Derek, he's 9,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
Now, when he turns 14 and he starts throwing fastballs in the 90s,
Mhm.
he's offered some money. What are you going to say?
The same with what my mom told me.
Go talk to mom.
No, actually, no, no, I'm gonna go with my mom. I he will not understand at the moment, but when he gets older, he will be like, yeah, that
Well, I
was
got
right.
some great news for that.
You're a good
If
dad.
Derek is throwing in the 90s at 14 and you're in the state, you're every state will be
Houston.
by then, you can go ahead and get paid in high school with NIL money. And then you could pick the college that pays the most if he's throwing that, and then go get your paper, then get paid and
There you
have
go.
money from high school,
Lot
then go
different.
pro if you're good enough, or he's playing volleyball at that point.
Good
Who knows?
point.
So it's such a different world for kids. Even though baseball doesn't pay like the football and basketballs do in the NIL, it can still pay a decent amount. And if you're smart and you can market yourself, you can make a ton of money just on your own where, none of us could even, get a hot dog without getting in trouble.
Just hanging around Derek a little bit, though. I don't know if baseball is his sport. He sure loved volleyball. He was playing it in the house. He was playing it at the camp. He was a lot of volleyball there. Played a ton.
I love an energy. Right now, he's on the stair playing with the imaginary friends, go back and forward. He was watching the VNL final between Poland and Italy. He was going crazy. Die, football. He's done do a football. What's going on? That was a touch. Don't touch the floor.
That's awesome.
So there he goes. A lot of energy over there. That little kid. Yep.
He's got a lot of energy.
Was that in where was that? Singapore?
No, China.
Oh, China. Do you know who gave out you guys know who gave out the championship trophy? Loy Ball.
Did he really?
They flew him out there to give out the
VNL trophy. That's awesome.
Yep.
We got to get him on here soon. But
he just flew in today.
we've talked about this before in the past. Like, not a lot of people. It's changing, and it's changing because our country's starting to show it on TV. But not a lot of kids just watch volleyball when they're 9 and 10 years old. Most people are watching football, maybe baseball or basketball on TV. Obviously, with the streaming and the phones, you can see almost anything you want in the world, but still, volleyball isn't that prevalent on the television. That's great that he's watching it already and watching it at that level. That's got to, I'm assume, just fuel the fire for him and you to just see that he probably loves the game? If you're watching at 9 years old a VNL final, you probably love it, just like I would watch a Super Bowl at 9, right? Because I love football. Yeah. With that question, did your wife play sports? Is your wife tall? And does he get it just from you or being around it, or it's just he's one of those kids that just loves to do different things?
No. My wife used to be a track and field runner, 200 hurdles, I'm sorry, and 100 hurdles.
Wow.
For Puerto Rico. She went to Copa Norsecas, Pan Americans. Yeah,
legit.
She used to. Yeah, so that's why I didn't. I try to run out. I try to run from her, but I
She'll catch you.
She, yeah,
and she can jump things too,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah,
it's not
she
even like
can
she's just
jump,
running.
She didn't even have to grab you. She just kicks you because like going over
yeah,
just
that's
kick
it.
you all the
That's
time.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, Derek is that she's tall. I'm tall. So Derek get the athletic part. We always watching sports. I'm a volleyball nerd. I'm always watching stuff. I'm watching my huddle. I'm watching new drills that I can incorporate to my team because I don't want to stay on the same. I like innovating. So that kid is always with me. I go to practice for the girls. I go to practice with the boys. I got trials at school. He's there. He's there. He has been in court all the time with Daddy. So I think that's one of the reasons that I'm watching the game. He's next to me,
Yeah.
giving me options in his own world, like his own 9-year-old world, and asking questions. Like when coaches came to my place over here, he's like spear on my ear, like that's the coach for Long Beach, right? I'm like, yes, that's Coach Shaq because he's watching the NCAA and all that stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's Coach Knight, yeah, the Long Beach coach. Oh, that's awesome. So there he goes. And yeah.
That's great.
Cool. That's just cool.
Can't wait to see what, just I love that part of it because we talk also about this. The IQ of the sport is for any sport. I don't care what sport you play. If you have a high IQ or a great feel for the game, whatever sport you're playing, you can succeed no matter where you are. I don't care if you're small, you can do it because you can create things within that understanding of the game to help you. Like guys like Luka Doncic, he's not a lightning fast. I mean, he's never going to guard someone, but he can move to angles and understand it to defend enough, right? And like so. I can't wait to hear, watch your journey and hear more about your club team, but just to see where he ends up in 5 or 6 years. Just know that if he's looking for a school, Cal State Northridge out here in California is where I went. They have a couple Hall of Famers. I don't know who they are, but it's a great school, great coaching staff.
I heard they were
I'm just making the plug now. We'll figure out the NIL when we need to, but we'll get there. Long Beach is okay. They have an okay coach. These guys played there. They haven't done much anyways. Northridge is really where it's at. So just know that.
God, I wish I had my ring on. I wish I had my ring on right now, Tony, and I can just run my face with my ring, but I don't have it on right now.
That's fine. Just put it on the watch right there. We'll see.
That's right.
You want to go from volleyball? Go for it.
Yeah. So, Tony, it was a pleasure. Guys, I think we'd love to have him back for sure. All those people in Florida and Houston has followed, Puerto Rico as well, followed Tony in his career, and now his coaching is doing an outstanding job. Bear actually highly recommended. He basically came to us and said, we got to get this guy on. He's got a great story. By all means, subscribe to Set the Pipe. We'd love to have him back on, and more guests like Tony, even though we do have those Olympians and, Alan Knipe and just us, and Mrs. Kyman, by the way, was a star for us. But the youth out there needs to hear more stories about that. And you touched on some stuff that was very vulnerable to you, as well as we've touched on it ourselves. So that just, we sure appreciate you coming on, man, Set the Pipe. And we're going to keep on doing this. And guys, hopefully you guys agree. I'd love to have him back.
Yeah, I would love to have you back and come back the next time and talk more about just your program and the way you guys do it at your program. That's one thing we're going to talk about in the future as we continue to grow is we need to talk about youth sports, and youth sports is what drives it all the way to the top, from to high school to college to the Olympics and pro. So yeah, we'd love to have you back on, talk about the way you do it, suggest maybe some things for people in the Texas area that have never played, how to get involved. I think it'd be a great podcast again.
More than welcome to be back again and talk about the sport that I love, how we can learn from each other and get better. Like more than welcome. And for me, it's been a pleasure to be with you guys. This is awesome, for sure. you got big time from now on, where you're going to be looking forward for that, like notification on.
Yep, absolutely. Just got to
All right,
follow.
let's go.
Hit subscribe. Appreciate you so much.
Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much,
joining
Tony.
us.
It was awesome.
Oh, don't forget, when I come out to Houston, and I will be there, Bear, I'm looking you up for some of that food. I'm ready.
We also have a Long Beach gal out there. Tara Cross Battles out in Houston. I mean, she's with Tornadoes, right? So go look up Tara while we're out there. Good food, good people, it sounds like, in Houston.
Listen, more than welcome. My door is 24/7 for my friends and family.
If you're ever out
more
this
than
way,
welcome.
if you're ever out this way in California, my door's open for you as well.
Vice versa.
For sure.
Gotcha.
All right.
Yep.
I will. I'm going to be on soccer tournament, so of course.
Yeah.
Right down the road from there.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. Thank you guys for having me. It
Thank
was
you.
a big pleasure to be here with you
Tony.
guys.
And welcome back to Set the Pipe. I am Sully with my co-host, CK. And there's Bear.
Hey.
Holy moly. Who do we have today?
I don't know.
Weisoff is here. She is one of the most recognized and accomplished volleyball players we have ever had in the USA, and Set the Pipe gets to have her on. We're so happy to have you, Paul. Welcome.
I'm so excited to be here. Long time coming. We've been working on this for a while, so finally got our date set, and I'm here. So happy to
really stoked that you made it, and just to talk volleyball, because it's been probably a big part of your life for a long time, and we'll let a few folks here know what you have accomplished, and we could probably sit back for an hour and listen to your accolades. So I'll let Sully tell a few of them. But again, thanks for coming. Really happy to have you on here.
Great seeing you, Paul. Thank you.
Yeah, just kind of sit back, relax a little bit, and kind of enjoy sometimes, because a lot of our guests don't get to enjoy hearing what they've done. And I know you've done it, but our audience have it. So kind of just sit back and appreciate everything. But like I said, Paula Weisoff is recognized as one of the most accomplished and influential figures in American volleyball. And the playing career spans with coaching and international accolades as well. She went to USC, and in 1980, helping the team win the NCAA championship, and they had a 48-4 record. Named the Outstanding Collegiate Player of the Year in 1980 as well. She went on to do some international career with the women's national team in 1981, and then she is a three-time, not first-team All-American there, Coley, three-time Olympian.
Olympian.
Wow. Competed in 84, 92, and 96 Olympic Games. In 1984 in LA, she was the youngest on the team, and she won the silver medal with that team, named Team USA MVP, and later recognized as a USOC Female Volleyball Athlete of the Year. In Barcelona in 1992, she was a key player in winning the bronze, named Tournament MVP and USA Team MVP, tallying 96 kills and 9 blocks in 6 matches. 1996 in Atlanta, her third and last one, served as a veteran super sub, providing leadership and ball control off the bench. And then let's talk about her international accolades and medals. Bronze in the 1982 FIVB World Championships, 86 Goodwill Games, 92 FIVB Super 4. She got a silver in the 83 Pan Am Games, 91 NORCECA Championships, and gold in the 81 and 83 NORCECA Championships, 95 FIVB World Grand Prix, played professionally in Japan, Brazil, and Italy. Whew! Honors.
Goodness.
Check this out, boys. Southern California Indoor Volleyball Hall of Fame, 2017 class. USC Hall of Fame, 2005. USA Volleyball Hall of Famer, 1998. All-time Great Player Award. And she's in the International Volleyball Hall of Fame, and that was in 1998. Then she gets into coaching. A lot of players do. Assistant coach at USC from 97 to 2004. Then she got the head coaching job at Concordia University, Irvine. She actually did 2 stints there from 04 to 08, got back in after she went to UCI as a head coach. That's Irvine. She was there from 2015 to 2023. She was in Irvine from 2009 to 2014. Multiple NAIA, NCAA Division II successes, including conference titles and a national championship appearance. National team coach and served as assistant coach in the USA women's national team, helping the squad win a silver medal at the 2012 London Olympics. Paula Weishoff, that is a mouthful. Goodness.
That's incredible.
Wow. I think you need to do my resume for me. I cut some things out.
It's amazing.
Yeah, we definitely can do that. Question for you, and I ask everyone. I know I put kind of on the spot, but like, you and I've known each other for a long time, and we joke around here and there, and everyone knows you play volleyball. But like, to hear what you have accomplished, I mean, how does that make you feel, and does it bring you back to memories and stories, and just overall, like to accomplish what you've accomplished? We've had little, young girls and youth trying to make it just to the high school team, and you played in 3 Olympics, you coached in Olympics, you're in almost every Hall of Fame there is. How does it feel?
It's kind of funny hearing it. I'm like, wow, okay. Oh, wow. From when I was I started like juniors at 17. Now they started a lot younger.
Oh, yeah. 17 you started. Wow.
Yeah, 17. So we started a little bit later back then. It's just, I love volleyball. That's, people have asked me this. I have a passion. And so just always giving back was, what I did. So I played, then I coached, and then I got other opportunities. And I would say I was also lucky too, in that I was in the right spot at the right time. And, I just love giving back.
Yeah, you were kind of good though.
Yeah, I mean, that helps a little bit, right?
We all give back, but you were kind of good. You know what I mean? Well, that was amazing career.
Yeah. I mean, lucky too with injuries. I mean, now I feel it. Evidently, I wake up and I'm like, why did I play for so long? Like my shoulder, one day it's my knee, one day it's my hip. But I was lucky in the sense that I didn't have major injuries. So I was able to play for a long time. So that also played into it.
Yeah.
And I loved it. If I was healthy, I'd still play today.
Yeah.
How did you get involved in volleyball? And how did you become so competitive?
How did I get involved in volleyball? Is that what you said?
Yeah, at 17.
My high school math teacher, Mr. Westberg, was the one, he was the volleyball coach, and that's how I got in at high school. And I had my high school reunion. I want to say it was 15, but it was 45. And I saw Mindy, my favorite volleyball companion, and then my other friend that we played soccer with. It was just an amazing moment to be there. And just West High School. And so I went to school, West High School in Torrance, and just that whole group. Like, I don't know other people's high school reunions, how they are, but this group was just really special. So it's a long time in coming, this volleyball. So I started there with Dave Westberg, and we played doubles on a men's net. And I was goofy foot because he didn't really correct me. Sorry, Dave, if you're watching this. Chuck Irby, after that, I think every day after practice, I had to do reps to fix that. And we did fix it. So
it did take you a long time.
I think you fixed it. I mean,
it took me almost a season.
Sully, I cut you off.
Yeah, it took me almost a full season to change my goofy foot. How long did it take you?
I think a whole club season.
Yeah.
Just every day after practice, working on it.
Yep. That was my redshirt year at Long Beach State. That was just goofy foot. I mean, I jumped through the gym, but it was goofy, and it just, as a middle, you can't have that, right? Hips got to be open. Everybody got to be ready to swing away. So at 17, Paula, how in the world did you get to USC when you just started playing? How did they find you? Or like, how did that all happen? Because that's amazing. Because in today's day and age, right? Like you said, everybody's so young. 17, you're a junior, if not a senior in high school. Then you go to USC and you're the MVP of the country in 4 years, right?
Well, I mean, there weren't as many universities that had volleyball back then, not as big as it is now. So I think actually I played in the first JO tournament ever, the first one ever happening.
Oh, for USA Volleyball or whatever, the juniors. Playing club,
in Sacramento. Yeah, the very first one. So you got to remember volleyball was just starting. And so not as many teams, not as many universities. And so we actually played at Open Nationals. That's where you played the junior tournament back in the day before they had their own tournament.
Okay.
And all the coaches knew everybody. So, I mean, yeah, it was Dave Soji. It was Andy Banikowski. Gosh, I'm trying to remember. Terry Liskevich. Dave at Hawaii, and then we had Rudy down at San Diego State. So we all knew each other. They all knew who the players were because there weren't as many. I mean, volleyball wasn't as big back then as it is now.
When growing up in West Torrance and picking up the game in high school because someone told you that, were you playing any other sports? I mean, the beaches around that area, were you around volleyball to see it, or did you just all of a sudden your math teacher said, "Hey, you're tall. I think you'd be great at this. Come on out."
So back in the day, I think I did volleyball, soccer, softball, track. But I started, so I guess go back. So baby, ballet, gymnastics, softball, track, soccer were the sports that I did before I got into volleyball. Funny story, when I got into high school, I wasn't very good my freshman year. So they kept me on the JV team because I was tall. And we used to, so Mindy, I mentioned Mindy before from my high school reunion. Her mom played volleyball with Kathy Gregory, with all the greats, back then. And we would leave school. I won't say ditched.
It's okay. You're allowed to say the statute of limitations are far gone. Sammy told an unbelievable story about these guys playing these guys in college. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah. So we would just pile into her mom's station wagon and we go play a couple times a week. It was actually really cool. So I think a lot of that experience in playing with those ladies just helped me get a little bit better. And then my sophomore year in high school, I played on the beach all summer. And then somehow miraculously, I grew into my body. I don't know what it was. I had a moment and here I was starting on varsity and just hammering balls. I mean, honestly, it wasn't like I had this training or all these extra special sessions. It just, I had a gift and, I was pretty athletic and I kind of just pieced it together and I loved it. So that's kind of how I got there.
We talk about this all the time, and this actually might be, I'm not a good segue or something to talk about because you're around coaching, you're around kids all the time coaching. It's so prevalent to play one sport and train at 12 years old. And if you're not on varsity as a freshman, you failed. And if you're not playing, you didn't make it. And, listening to you again, if anyone's listening, besides set the pipe and hit subscribe, she, if not the most decorated, if I've got to think you're 1, 2, or 3, like by far in a landslide in this country that's ever had. And you played, JV volleyball. Like you didn't even kind of know what you were doing. Yes, things have changed a little bit where there are some more advanced, but you hit it on the head. Genetics, ability, work ethic, passion and love for something. Yep. Those things are hard to beat no matter how many hours you put in. And it's just cool to hear, you have that story to fall in love with the game and then just play it the way you did. And back in, our generation, you could, it was okay to be a late bloomer. You could start as a junior on varsity and you were still a star. Like, you didn't have to start as a freshman. And I think it's cool. And I think that tells all the people that are listening here that it's never too late to start. It's never too late to believe. And it's never too late to have fun with this sport that Paula's been doing for God knows how many years, right? And all of us have. So great story, great thing for sharing. So thank you.
So I would say, ballet gymnastics were like how you learned, to move, track, soccer. So all those really played into a lot of things we do in volleyball. And now I feel like volleyball players just play volleyball. Or they say, oh, I play volleyball because I don't want to run. And they're like, well, maybe we should do some more. Like I always thought about opening. Everyone has these clubs, right? Okay, I'm going to do so-and-so volleyball club. But I would say, what if we do a volleyball training where they can come in and do all these sports and, just have a chance to try different things. And I just think there's still pretty athletic people in volleyball, but it's
different though. And, I talk about them too much, so I don't want to, but both of my sons are great basketball players. One's a way better athlete. And he knows it. And the other one's still a great athlete, and he's going to go play college basketball next year. He's amazing. But he's not as athletic because he didn't play everything like Jake did. We put Jake into, like you said, I had him do gymnastics. He was doing tennis. He did everything. Braden just grew up the second kid, wanted to be a basketball player, played some flag football, but so he didn't do all of that. And it doesn't mean he's not going to be successful and make it as a basketball player, but he's not the athlete. Sorry, Braden, but not the athlete that his brother is in overall, and which could end up and probably would have helped him where he is now and in the future. So I told him the other day, we're going to go outside before the next year you go to college, and we're going to work on things that you're, like throwing a baseball, for example, like not that he can't throw that, but like those things, like hitting a baseball, like I should have taught him that as a kid, and all kids should do that. All kids should play soccer. All of them should tumble and do somersaults and move your body in so many different ways. So yeah, it's interesting that you said that. And I think more kids and more parents should do that. I think injuries would be less. And I think if you were able to give up the sport a little, obviously not if you're a club volleyball player, but like just a little and played something else, your body would rest more and you'd have different kind of training and different form of athleticism that may help you get that extra ball, that may help you get that extra touch to bring it back to your back row, where, just playing volleyball might
be more athletic. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about volleyball is really highly technical. So softball, you're throwing a softball, you're catching, eye-hand coordination in softball. Soccer, you're learning to turn here and run there and do some different things, cutting here, cutting there. And if you think about it, if you do those things at a younger age and then you get into volleyball, I've done some volleyball camps, and athletes that have never played a sport, it's really difficult for them. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
So with all your accolades and everything, and playing different sports, where did your competitiveness come from? You had to be competitive to do so well with your career. Was it a mentor you have? Was it an older sibling, a younger sibling, a teammate? Where did your competitiveness come from?
Did you get beat up by your siblings?
I had two older brothers.
Yeah, okay.
He was always uber competitive. They always say, can you learn it or do you have it? I just had this inner desire to excel at everything I did. And even now I pretend, if I play cards or I play a game and I lose, I pretend not to be mad, but I am mad because I'm competitive. I can pretend like I don't care now, but yeah, I still have that. I don't know if it's a gene or if I just had it, but my older brothers, they beat me up a little bit, and
Quick question to go back to what you just asked her. Which one do you, I have my answer, and I'd like to hear all three of yours. Do you think it's born in you? Do you think you can teach it or train it, that competitiveness?
Well, I'm an example. I say I was born with it. And to an extent you can teach it, but they have to want to really want it.
Because they have to go over that hump of the ones that are born with it. Because you guys all know that you can have some uber talented individuals in any sport. Volleyball, it doesn't matter. If they don't have that killer instinct, if they just don't want to go out there and do their best, that talent is just wasted. And then you'll get somebody that's mediocre to mediocre high that has that drive, have him on the court or her on the court every single time. Because that's the one you're going to say, I want to set that person on the outside because they're at least going to take a rip at it, right? And they're going to want to win. And the culture around that person is just going to be so much better. So my humble opinion, born.
Bear, what do you think?
I started competing a lot when I was a kid, 7, 8 years old. I think I started playing t-ball at 6 or something like that. And there's that saying where it's, is it better to win or is it worse to lose? And everybody's a little different with it, but I always just felt like I should win, and I hated losing. Even at t-ball, it just was horrible. I took it personally, like the other team like rubbed it in or whatever, and it just made me mad. And so I think you're kind of born with that. Not everybody has that, I guess, but I couldn't stand losing. I love winning, don't get me wrong, but losing just sucks.
I think it's more like what Paula said, in my opinion. I think it's a little bit of both. First of all of us are cut from the same cloth, and I'm just going to say that because we all know we have that in us. We've all had that. We grew up in that generation. Our friends, all of us play. A lot of them still coach at the highest level. But I do feel like it's probably in some people, and they just don't have it. They just maybe weren't in a situation where they had to grind every day for work, or different situations growing up with parents. Some had something, some didn't. Like, there's a lot of different ways, but I think you can bring it out in people, and I've seen it personally. But again, I think you have to have it somewhere deep inside of you, at least some of it, to have that much competitive spirit and that much competitiveness, to having losing mean and matter that much to you. It's a unique thing, and that's why not all athletes are where you are.
And that's when a good coach comes into play. Good coaches just not yelling at them to try to get something out of them, but the coaches that get it and can reach the core of those kids and those athletes that do have that talent but doesn't have that killer instinct. A certain coach, you guys know that. I mean, Paula, you just mentioned your school teacher. Was it math? Was he a math teacher?
He was my math teacher. Yeah,
math.
Algebra.
She still remembers him. Still remembers. I mean, so that just left an impact. But yeah, I think you can bring it out of, but it's got to be that special coach or coaches that get it and that can really just get to the soul of that person and bring it out of them. So
coaching, you do that now. What are you doing exactly right now in coaching? And what is your philosophy on how you've coached by bringing what you've done to the table? I'm curious.
I'm going to go back to Bear's comment because I think it's really true. I hated losing more than the winning. And one time I said that. I was around one of my coaches and I said, I hate losing. And he goes, you should really love winning. And I looked at him and I said, sorry, I hate losing more. So anyways, back to your question. Sorry, Coley, go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, and it's true though, but we all do. I mean, I can't stand it. I mean, winning is so special, but losing's awful. And it's hard to live with. And, I still remember things forever. I was just asking you about coach and what you're doing today and what philosophy of all the things you've done by playing and traveling have you brought to your coaching style?
So I'm currently coaching with Houston professional volleyball team. I'm assistant coaching there. So we're 6 months in Houston and I'm 6 months at home.
Okay.
So that's actually really nice. I love the professional lifestyle. Coaching philosophy. I think I just learned. So I learned from Terry. I learned from Ari. I learned from every coach, from Hugh McCutcheon, from even Chuck Irby, that had some different ways of teaching us. So I just incorporated everything into my coaching philosophy. And every year it's changed. And then I forget who it was. It was Jimmy Mack at Washington. And I went up and watched his practice. And I had opportunities to go. He invited me and then encouraged me to write a book, a skills and technique book. And I'm like, oh, I never really thought about, I just teach it, we go and we're doing this and it really makes you think. I would recommend it for every coach, really sit down and then writing your practice on a whiteboard. I know it sounds silly, but for me, if I walk into a practice and wing it, I'm not that comfortable. Like I want to have a plan, whether or not I do it all or we change or something, that day's
structure.
Drill isn't working, we change it. But for me, I have to have structure too. And I just take everything from everybody. And it could be a high school coach. It could be a club coach. It could be, the national team coach. And I just put it all together. I just worked with Susie Fritz. So I'm helping the A2 USA team. We didn't go to Mexico because it's a little dangerous.
Yeah. Right.
And I'll have another chance to go to Norseca. But I love Susie. She's highly organized. But I learned a lot. Everyone's cues are different, right? So you're like, oh, I like the way she says that.
Yeah.
So you just kind of, and then, you get stuck. Like sometimes for a year, you do only these drills. And then you're like, God, my players must be born out of my mind. And they're going to be with me for 4 years.
Yeah.
So going to clinics, watching people, just learning, always learning.
Yep.
I think that's super important, knowing your resume as a player, to be able to say, okay, this is what I did as a player, but as a coach, I've got to explain it. I've got to be organized to put the drills together. It's totally different. So were you a little bit of that's going to sound weird, but were you a fish out of water when it come down to coaching, or was it natural for you? I mean, knowing you still have to learn and still get mentored, and that's everything that we've all done, right? It's be humble, and so you can learn different pieces and make it your own. But I mean, was you a little bit of fish out of water? Was it natural? Did you have a hard time your first couple of years? How was that transition?
I think that's a really great question. I was very lucky. So I did, back in the day, we did volleyball camps and clinics, and I was like, I do not want to be a coach.
Yeah.
I was absolutely adamant. I do not want to be a coach. It seemed like babysitting, like it was just, okay, we're making a paycheck, and I don't want to just make a paycheck. I want to make an impact. But so backpedal a little bit. So when I was 19, so freshman at USC, I left school to go to the national team.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the 84 Olympics, that was before the NCAA came in. So they went NCAA the year after I left.
Okay.
I couldn't go back to school. I could go back for a year. That was all my scholarship would be. So then I went overseas and played for a while, a long time. But Lisa Love was the one person that brought me back to USC. Yeah. And she said, we have a program. You can get your degree, because I didn't have my degree at that time. And she got me into coaching, and bless her heart, she is one of my best friends and mentors that kind of set the tone. So I was lucky. She didn't just say, oh, come in the gym and watch. Like, she mentored me. We sat in her office. We talked. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? What's your philosophy? Like you guys are asking me now. And I was lucky, right place, right time.
Yeah. So that SC
and you were humble enough, right, to go. I don't know about coaching, and let her mentor you. Where I think a lot of young coaches, they're know-it-alls, and they don't take the time to be mentored. And I think that's in the day and age right now, and it's unfortunate because they fail. Rarely do they get successful until they're mentored appropriately for a number of years. So yeah, you got. I mean, I don't know about lucky, but you were at the right place at the right time, and you took advantage of it. And to hear that you go to seminars and you go to, Jimmy Mack up north and be able to watch and stuff. Not too many still today. Not too many coaches would still do that. They just don't do that. They think they can do it on their own, and their success isn't very high. I mean, I just any coach that I've been around always has mentors, and they're always humble, and they're the best ones are always the ones that are willing to share. Always.
Jimmy Mack kicked me out of a practice once, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me. I love Jimmy Mack, and it was at the World University Games, and it was like 2 days before the final cuts, and he kicked me out for not being in the right spot. I mean, literally kicked me out of the gym, like out. And I was devastated. I thought I was going to get cut, and it was such a great lesson he taught me. I love Jimmy. So how are you, Jim? Quick question for you back in the NCAA question. When you said when you came back from the Olympics, SC didn't have a scholarship for you, the NCAA just started and wouldn't let you play, or what was the reason why you couldn't play college again? I'm curious. I hope it's not the NCAA, because I got a lot for them.
So the rules were different, right? So you had 4 years. I don't know if it was 4 to finish 5 back then. I don't know the rules.
Yeah.
But I had played 1 year, and then I went to the national team for 3. So I only had 1 year of eligibility left at that time. They didn't have an exception for national team players to come back.
Of course they didn't. SC didn't, or the people governing the volleyball?
NCAA probably.
Governing the volleyball was not yet. So people really didn't leave college to go to the national team at that time. I even think like in 90, 92 maybe, Kristen Focal was still in college.
That was Hilliard too.
It was really hard. It was still hard back then. Now I think it's a lot easier.
Well, it has to be. That's why they're losing all their money and everyone's getting paid, because they're stupid. I mean, had they fixed something so easy that a woman who's playing for a college is now playing for your country should get to go back and play college is just logical. But the NCAA's never been logical, and that's why they find themselves where they are now. But don't get me started on that.
So you couldn't
forever. Don't get them started.
Back then, though, you couldn't do both, in the sense of you couldn't go back to SC like just maybe for the season, and then during off season, summertime, and all that stuff, play for the national team. That wasn't an option.
So back in the 80s, we trained 6 days a week, 8 hours a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was not possible. So when I first started, it was only one practice. So let's say I left school after my freshman year, so after the fall semester, and we trained that spring. So I'm driving from USC to Coto de Caza at the time.
That's a drive.
And we were training only one session, but 4 or 5 hours a session. So I'd either come back, fall asleep, go to class, not know what I was doing, or I'd come back, do my homework, not hear the alarm and not go to class because I didn't wake up. So, I mean, that's how exhausted. I mean, it was just like, I tried to do it. At that point, I said, this is not possible.
A lot, yeah.
And then after that year, we went to 2 practices a day and it was full time. You didn't have the chance to, well, back then it was tough. Either you had to be on the national team or college or professional, even up until I think 88, when I went back with Terry, it was either or, because that hadn't started, where now USA Volleyball got smart and they go, oh, you can make money and you can come back and we can maybe pay you less or add on to that and have the best of both worlds. So that didn't start until probably 96, I think, after the 96 Olympics.
How many years were you internationally total?
Internationally, I think 17.
Damn. Wow. Japan,
what a life.
Brazil, Italy. We talk about, so before we got on to our audience, we apologize, we just talked for a little bit, but you talked about that you got a trip coming up and it seems like it was volleyball connected. And we always talk about how small our world is and the moments, and Coley brings it up a lot, that I think, the community is missing out on the journey. We're all worried about winning, but the journey. But look at 17 years. You can people are picking up the phone saying, hey, why don't you come to Paris? Drop by in Paris, because you know people through volleyball. So that's to hear that before you came on. I think that's what volleyball is all about. It's just different, and the connections. I mean, like Coley and Coley Bear and I, we didn't play in college. I mean, we didn't play with Coley, right, in college. We played with them afterwards, and look at it, whatever, how many decades later, here we are on a podcast doing what we do. So I think that's really a special thing. But 17 years, did you have a favorite place, favorite country outside the United States that you enjoyed the most?
I was in Italy the most, and a lot of my dear friends. So I kind of had 2 different lives, because I lived in Italy for 11 years. I played there 9 seasons. Wow. I lived there 11. So I'm fluent. So I created a whole another family, friends there that I did here. So I would probably say Italy, even though Japan is unique. I mean, they treat you so well there.
Yeah. Oh, Sammy's favorite. Yeah. Bob Samuelson said it was his favorite.
Yeah. Harder to learn the language, harder to get around, right? You never really had a car. I didn't have a car because you can't read the signs and you're on the wrong side of the road. And, Brazil, I loved. I love Brazil. I still remember our setter, Marisa, and her family took care of us. Me and Karen Kimner were there, and they had like a house between where we played and Sao Paulo, the beach, and then they had a beach house. So we were always taken care of. I know, again, I always say lucky.
Life in Brazil.
But you know what's amazing about it is you are blessed, you're grateful, but it's gratitude because of what you have done to earn it. Like, again, let's go back to your math teacher. If you don't take that class, maybe someone peels you up and you're playing basketball, right? Who knows, right?
Well, it would have been
maybe you're jumping a high jump, or
teacher. He was mad at me when I quit track. Yeah, he was not happy with me.
But now you have this amazing life that you created through hard work, and not just from playing and coaching. But that's why I love doing this. I was talking to Duncan Blackman today. He says hello, and we were just reminiscing about stuff and talking about stories and just all the things that you've just mentioned. You have another family in Italy. You've been to Brazil. You were at a beach house. You had all these things. All of that is because you played volleyball. Now everyone has their own thing, whether they were in the movies or they have their thing. But volleyball, to me, and I think you all three, or at least I know these two would agree, is it's unique in the way the culture is and the way the people are. And I just think everyone is so great. Not saying that everyone isn't everywhere else, but when you go to these other countries and you go to other parts of this country and you talk volleyball, people light up and people want to just listen and talk and be around it. And it's awesome. And I think you could probably tell a million stories. Give us one crazy story of playing back in your 17 years, tournament, an event, a week, a
Olympics.
year. Just give us something.
Because we know there's stories within the stories.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite story was senior year going into college, and I played in a Hermosa Open with none other than Kathy Gregory.
Wow.
Okay, the legend.
The legend, and hearing her banter on my side for once, I was just like, yes, this is awesome. Like being down 14 to 8 or 9 and coming back just because, I mean, yes, we played volleyball, played pretty well, but just her talking them out of it was so funny. It was just one of my favorites as far as
talking Kathy Gregory. Yeah. Love it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Do you have a story though, like maybe that the bus broke down, or you got in late, or you're going to miss a match, or the food was horrible, somebody got sick, or anything like that? I'm sure with all the traveling and playing that you've done, you got to have something like that as well. Or did I put you on the spot?
I'm trying to think because we really didn't have anything that catastrophic. I know I'm going up to Napa with Ruth Lewanson, and they got stuck in like Tiananmen Square, right? So they had that, and I'm just trying to think, kind of a unique moment. So before kind of when the Cold War was going on, we went to East Germany and we went to Russia, and so we got to go through Checkpoint Charlie. I don't know if
I've been there. After
like,
it was
you're scared to death. You're like going through and all these machine guns and all these like police officers, and you get in and they have like the mirror underneath. They're like checking your train as you get in. And that was pretty scary. And then I did have another. So we were going, where were we going? So we had come from Japan and we stopped in transit in LA. And I remember I saw my mom and I gave her a package and she gave me a package. But in there was my passport.
Oh no.
Yes.
Wow.
So we get to London, and I want to say, I could be wrong. I think we were going to Hungary. I want to say, could be not correct on that. I'm old. Sometimes I forget things, but I do remember that experience. So they let us fly to the final destination, and I'm sitting on the airplane, and again, two big guys with guns get on and go, "Hello, myself."
Shut it.
And I'm like, Ari, come with me. So Ari actually got off and came. They put me in this room, and so I didn't have a passport, right?
Yeah.
So he called the Federation and said, well, if you want us to play here, you got to get the person out of jail. I wasn't really in jail, but you got to get her a passport. And it happened. So that was kind of another.
Wow, that's cool.
That's awesome. I mean, see, that would freak a lot of people out in today's world. Obviously, traveling today's way different, but like, I mean, Checkpoint Charlie's amazing. Like you're getting, they have like mirrors under, like I'm scared, I'm sweating thinking about that back growing up when we grew up. And then to have that, like actually not have a passport and have it work out because you were who you were and they needed you there. And the USA said this, the country said this. And sure enough, you're flying to Hungary and playing volleyball. Incredible.
Yeah, crazy small world. You mentioned Ruth Lewanson. So my sister Kathy and her played together at Fresno State. Kathy was the setter there for 4 years. So again, just crazy small world that we have. Ruth Lewanson, one of the stud athletes for sure that's ever come in. She was around the area that when I was raised, so I got to see her in high school as well. Great basketball player. But yeah, that's crazy. My sister and Ruth were teammates at Fresno State.
She's hysterical.
Yeah,
one of the
she's a good
funniest
person.
people I know. She is. Yeah. So. Yeah. I'm like, my trip to Mexico got canceled. And she goes, I'm finishing on my camps. I'm exhausted. I go, let's go on a trip right now. Wine country. Let's go.
Awesome. So you literally just saw her?
No, she's going.
Oh,
I leave Sunday.
And you're going to meet with Ruth. That's crazy. Yeah. Just mentioned Sully or Kathy Sullivan, and her brother just did a podcast with. I'd love to have Ruth on it because I know she was coaching in Nevada for a while and then got out of coaching. So she'd be a good story too, guys, to get Ruth on here. She's a good person, a really good person.
I have two questions for you. One's probably going to be a minute, and the next one's a very open-ended, long question for where you are today. How was it being? Being, coming from, like you said, West Torrance, you start to play volleyball, you go to USC, you leave USC. How was it for a young woman who's 19 years old or 20 to put on that USA jersey for the first time? How You went to 3 Olympics. I'm sure those, I mean, we could probably talk about each and every one of them. You won 2 medals, but how was it to actually put your jersey on for the first time?
Terrifying. No, in the sense that, I mean, it was with Ari. My first trip was in Germany. Again, I was very lucky. Terry Place was on that team that went. She took me under her wing, helped me out, but just like proud to have it on, but then going, wow, I'm representing USA. Like that, you know, with all these, there was the 80 team was kind of leaving somewhere there. They were the legends, you know, Debbie Green, Sue Woodstra. And I was coming in as this little baby, you know. So yeah, that was, but it was always a good terrified, not like a terrified, but it was surreal. Like you've used that word before. It was just like, wow, like here I am. How did I get here? Like, oh my gosh.
And then was it appreciation the next 2? I mean, as you're getting older, I mean, you're putting a ton of time into this national team, and that third one, did you know it was going to be your last one? And then how did that feel knowing that potentially it was your last one?
No, it was so Terry Liskevich, so kind of backpedal, 1992. So when I left in 88, it was, well, if you leave, you're never coming back. Okay. You know, that was kind of the policy, right? So I chose to go back to Italy. Gio and Terry called me and said, hey, would you like to come back? And I said, yes, but I have a contract. So for that Olympics, I did 2 weeks in Italy, 2 weeks training, 2 weeks in Italy, 2 weeks training.
Oh, frequent flyer miles.
Terry at some point goes, how did you do it? I go, when the alarm went off, I put my feet on the ground and I stood up. Otherwise, I never would have gotten out of bed.
Yeah.
And we did that.
Discipline. Wow.
So then fast forward, I thought I was done. Ari had asked if I would go to Japan. And I'm in Italy thinking I'm done, going, okay, what I'm going to do with my life? Volleyball has been my whole life. And I go, Ari, I can barely walk. You want me to come to Japan? So went to Japan. I said, okay, I can't do twice a day. I can do one practice. And so me and Karen Kimner went there and we won. We had a really good season. So then the USA team, Terry and Gio were talking to me and they said, what do you think about coming back as a role player?
Right.
Not as a starter. And I'm like, I'm still going to kick the A-side's ass.
Yeah, for sure. Yes.
That's a great attitude. That is a great attitude.
Right? But hey, I get to go to another Olympics where I thought it was at the end.
Right.
And then I got the opportunity to go again. So I was like, okay, let's do this. But the good lesson is when I talk to my players as a coach, I can go, you guys, I was a starter and a sub. So I get it.
Yeah.
And I think what's the term that Karch uses now? You're, what does Karch use? You're not a sub, you're a game changer. And I love how we change that to say, you're a game changer. And it's true. You either change the game in a good way or a bad way.
Bad way. Yeah.
You are a game changer. But I liked his philosophy on how we use that term a lot. But it is a tough spot. I mean, being a sub is not easy.
No.
I mean,
well, that's empathy, right?
It is empathy, and having that as a player and as a coach, being on a team. But we say this all the time. All 4 of us, we chose team sports. We didn't choose track where you're by yourself and it's you and the bar that you got to jump over, or tennis. We chose team sports, and sometimes you're the star and sometimes you're not. You were the star for a lot of your career, and sometimes you weren't, but you were able to. I wanted to mention this before when you talked about, Sully talked about how great it is that you go to these camps and clinics and listen and been mentored, because we talk about mentors so much. I have to think that's how you were as an athlete. Like, athletes don't get to be the pinnacle without wanting to learn, want to be a sponge, want to ask questions, want to be coached, want to be pushed, all of that stuff. So I just wanted to mention that. I'm sure that's how you were as a player with regards to that. But it's cool that you have that perspective, because everyone needs it. And, it was, humble as a parent, watching your kid sit, watching your kid play. You got to learn to understand it. And I'm going to use that. I like that, not a sub. I like game changer. Perfect. Here's the long question. And, this might take the rest of our time. You played in the 80s. You've coached in the 90s and played in the 90s. And now we're in 2025. what's the biggest change the game has had at the women's level? Forget the men's. Let's talk about that. And what do you like about the game today compared to it did when you first started?
Or don't like?
I think this is a very unique question in the sense that, and you'll kind of follow me as I go along. So and I was just talking to Susie about this and the coaching staff. So I'll get back to that. But I do like the influence that men's volleyball also has on the women's game, because they're trying new things. We're setting tighter. We're doing a lot of the pushes, the shoves, the
Bix out of the back row, Bix, or should be the pipe, but we're
no
going to
longer
go
the
ahead
pipe.
and say it's the
Right.
big.
Sorry.
But yeah.
And then, we're doing a fade, or we're doing, I forget what they're called
pop.
now.
They call it a pop.
Yeah, the pop.
fade,
But
gaps.
if you go
Yep.
back to the 80s, if you look at what Ari Salinger put in place, we were doing all that in the 80s. But remember, we trained 8 hours a day, and now people are only training 4 hours a day. So we had like an A1 series that was A1 trick, A1 option, A1 whatever. And then you had A2, then you had A3, then you had a B series, an X series, X1 and an X2. So X's were all combos. One were all like jump here, fake there. Others were like fade away. So I love that all of this is coming back to the game, because I think for a while it was just one go red bic. I mean,
Right.
that was kind of right.
Yeah.
And the game got really physical, but now it's kind of fun. And I like the fact that they can add all these things back in. I think it's really cool that all that is happening and the game is changing in that sense.
I thought it was strange because I went to school with Tara Cross Battle, right? And so you see her and how dominant she was. And all I can think about, she's in the back row. She can play defense. She can set her the pipe like all the time. And they didn't. It just wasn't a thing back then. But they sure did have the athletes to do so. So you're right. I appreciate actually you saying that, the men's are doing these things and the women's are kind of following it, because we say it time and time again. That NCAA tournament this past year was so much fun to watch. It was so dynamic. The defense and the banks from the back row and all the different combinations that were going on. We're like, okay, this is a very good sport to view right now. It was so much fun. But yeah, continue with answering Coley's questions.
Because I think Flo and Rita did hit out of the back row. We were one of the
Flo
first
probably
ones to
did.
do
She was
it.
so long.
Yeah. And then,
But was it quick though? The speed of the game to me, like watching men's game, is so it's so fast. The game, watching it today, go like, holy crap! Like well, we called them huts and goes, but they're pretty much threes now, like all the way to the pin and back to the pin, and it's so fast. Were you running it as fast as that back then? Like with Ari running those different plays and different actions? Was it quick or was it a little bit of a slower pace?
I think a little bit slower as far as kind of the pins, but a lot more combos. But the middles were zero tempo, so we were zero tempo at that time. I mean, China was the first one that introduced the slide, and then we started doing the slide. But it's kind of funny today because people go, "Oh, you were a middle, you can't pass," and we're like, "Well, I can," because they have no idea that back then middles played all the way around.
They didn't come out. There was no libero.
Right. The reason I played for 17 years was because I could pass.
Sure.
For the middle, then I went to the right side. So Terry created an offense around me in the 92 Olympics that literally passed in the middle of the court and hit slides.
Wow.
And Laura, that was back when the setter came all the way back in rotation.
Row two,
Yeah. So it's just very different now, where middles are middles and they don't play in the back row. They don't learn any skill. Right sides don't pass. It's just outsides, but still our outsides at the club level, you have all the DS liberos. So they're not learning that skill. And it's a skill that kept me going for 17 years. I went to right side, then I went to the outside, and I could play any position and be on the court. I could play.
Are we missing the boat? Not teaching that?
It's time
in the future.
Like, it's time. I think club people should, but they're more about winning, and they got to have wins to get the best players to come to them. And there's been a couple clubs that have tried to do it, or a couple coaches that have tried to teach everybody to play all the way around. But at the end of the day, they don't have enough time. Like, you're only practicing 2 hours a day, right?
It's a shame because Knight talked about it. He came on, thanks again, Al, the night after they won the national championship on a Monday night. And then on Tuesday night, he's with us on Set the Pipe. And the thing that struck me the most about it all is, like, we already said this about ourselves. Like, I consider myself an athlete that played volleyball. I do now, but I didn't consider myself a volleyball player. Mm-hmm. And that's what I love listening to Alan's story that night about a lot of his players. He had guys that were middles that ended up playing right. He had, and you don't see that anymore. And they were able to do it because his players were multifaceted in the game of volleyball. They were volleyball players. They weren't a middle. They weren't a right. So I'm wondering, with all the big guys that play middle today, the 7-footers, the 6'10ers, the 6'8 pins that don't pass, maybe the right side guys, and women as well. If they're doing that early and learning that, now you have another weapon. You have another weapon out of the back row. You have another weapon that you could use if there's an injury and your third string outside hitter, that's a walk-on, even though they don't do those anymore, but you know what I mean, is okay. But your star middle is one of the best athletes you've ever had. But if they don't know how to hit on the right, then they can't do that. And so that's why I was asking. I feel, and I see this in hoops too, but I think we're too specialized. I think we're way too in the box. I wish we would open it up a little. I know we need to stay in the box a little bit because it's just the world we live in and everyone's focusing on their sport. But I think being a little bit more well-rounded would help the volleyball community excel even more. That's just my opinion. But I was curious what, if when I said missing the boat, I think if we can change that, how do we change that from the top down? Do we stop playing as many tournaments? How do you think that changes? To train more, have fun more, teach more, learn more not play as much until you're in college.
I don't know. Club's a big business. You'd have to ask them. I think they're money making, so it's hard for them to make that choice. And I'm going to say it on here, and I've always said this. I think one coach took my idea and did it one time. It's big girl in the middle camp, and you just take middles and right sides. Anybody that doesn't pass, and you're going to come to this camp, and you're going to do ball control. And I don't know if it's enough reps to do it. Guys included, like Bear, you, me, Alan, let's get this going. Let's do it.
It's unlimited. I love it. I love it. A lot of my practices.
Go ahead. Sorry, Bear.
No, I agree with you 100%. And a lot of my practices, the first half hour, 45 minutes is ball control, and everybody's doing it. The middles are passing. They're doing their free ball passing. They're on the ground. They're playing defense. Even though they really don't get to play in the back row that much, I still have them do multi skills.
But they're in college.
Become a better volleyball player, not just a better middle.
They're in college, though, Bear. We're talking 14, 13, 12.
Yeah, Bear's a coach. If you get Bear, doing the.
I do that when I was a club coach as well.
Yeah. I think you should. So Paula just said it. Knight, you and her, let's get this going. Let's do a big girl in the middle, big boy in the middle, big people middle. In the middle, whatever you want to do. And I think it's a great call. Most people are so specified, specific. Okay, I'm going to go work on hitting because I'm a hitter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you should pass and dig and those other things, right? Like, because you're gonna need to do it at some point. And again, I just think it would help the overall game for us.
Coley asked you.
Guys, our 12-year-olds are already like being put in the middle. They're already being put as a setter. They're already like stuck or whatever. Yeah. So I saw two 12-year-olds this summer at camp. They were two Brazilian girls, and they were far and ahead, better than some of the older kids at camp. I was impressed.
All around skills.
Yes.
Yep. Hey, Coley asked you the changes from the time you played college till today, all the different rule changes. What do you like? What don't you like? It's because we talk about, it's even the subtle things that when I brought up when we first started this, and Bear's like, oh my gosh, we were only able to serve on the right side. You know what I mean? And
yes.
now you can serve everywhere. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, you're right. Like we were only.
That's so dumb, but it was true.
It was true. Yeah. So
they always go, why was it always passing better? Left is better than right. Because nobody knows you can only serve from that side of the court. Yeah. So the system was you only passed on your left side. Yeah. And the person next to you passed on their left side. It was kind of unique because that's where you could only serve from. Right. And nobody understands
that. Makes sense.
Yeah. Go, well, left is right and right is wrong. But now you can't. You can't just pass on your left. Yeah, it's.
So what changes do you like?
Understand where it comes from.
What changes do you like? What changes don't you like? Out of all, we're talking decades. So pick.
I didn't like played a 30. I didn't like the 30. Do you remember when?
Yeah, when they did that.
To 30. I had always played, so when they made the switch to just quick score.
Rally scoring.
I wasn't rally score. I was kind of like, oh, but I totally get it. It makes our game faster. It's so much better because how long we would go 4 hours sometimes in a match. Like hitters were taking hundreds and hundreds of swings in a match, right?
Yep.
So yes, fun, dynamic. I love the quick speed of the game. I love the big. I love all the new things people are adding, like the pop and the flare and whatever we're calling these things. I think it makes our game entertaining, and I think the more fun it is, the more people will watch.
Do you like the let serve as a point? I don't. I'm just curious if you like it.
Ooh.
I'm kind of like, it doesn't, I'm like, it's kind of like, wah, but I'm okay with it. It just speeds up the game.
Yeah.
I just hate
I didn't like it at first, but I've grown to like it.
Yeah.
That just dribbles over the net for match point. I'm like, come on, you got to play the point at least. But
I think it would.
Difference.
Let's go to the double. So that might be one where I was like, well, a setter needs to be able to set. Like that is their
specialty,
right? So now that they can throw it, maybe, okay, a middle and left back that doesn't have much ball control now, I totally get it. Like, okay.
I don't like the double contact, or there is no double contact anymore. I don't like that.
I understand why, though. I mean, it's the speed of the game, and if I'm an outside hitter and the setter's throwing it or setting it with no spin, if I'm coming from the left back, or he's coming from the right back, setting it way across the net, it doesn't benefit me one way or the other. The ball's up in the air, and I got to hit it. So whether you throw it, whether you set it just gorgeous, I see why they got it out of the way, and it makes it faster, and it's easier to say, like you said, the middle. I just think it takes the skill away a little bit that I don't like. And I also go back to the serve. I understand why, especially the men, just throw that thing up and hit it as hard as they can. Because if you miss it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it goes
because
all the
it's
way
a
back.
side out.
Mm-hmm.
If you took the net serve away, they would tone it down a little bit, because now that's even more of an error. So that's going to increase their errors exponentially from hitting the net and rolling over. So it'll create a little bit more skill set of the serve, and maybe not as many missed serves. Still going to be missed serves. People are still going to take raps at it, and they should. But I think it would bring it a little bit more skill set, just like the throws. Like doubles are okay, throws to some extent, but like it's gotten so overboard to me. But again, it's the game, so I got to learn to love it.
Well, yeah, I heard maybe they might change because everyone's doing these throws now and they're scoring. They might take the open hand tip out. And so what are we going to do now? We're going to do the beach pokey. I don't know. If it makes our game better, we'll see. I'm not quite sure. I enjoy all the tips and the throws and some of that. It's unique.
But I used to do that. I used to do it, but I never threw it like they do. I mean, they grab it and like throw it. Like it's a whole different, it's almost like palming a basketball. Like I would tip and do all that, but the way they do it, it's almost like you can grab it and push it away from someone. Like, and that is a little bit, again, I'm not playing the game now, so I don't want to judge it.
There's a fine art to tipping, right? You're hitting, you're tipping, you go fast. I mean, that was always, I love that strategy. I always say it's like backgammon, and people look at me and go, what's backgammon?
It's a great game. I love that game.
That's
I'm like, okay, it's like chess. I don't know. It's like checkers, right? There's a strategy behind.
What's backgammon?
A strategic tip is good,
Yeah. That's funny.
So.
It's a backgammon.
Hey, so with all
the
people you've played with, you mentioned Kathy Gregory earlier, how you had a blast playing on the beach with her and everything. Can you give us maybe a couple of your favorite teammates you had? Was she your favorite teammate ever, or has there been other athletes you played with, other volleyball players that you would consider just having a blast with, or just learning a lot?
For whatever reason.
I know I'm going to get myself in trouble here if I leave out one of my friends.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I mean,
I kind of do, though.
It's one of my best friends, and I think, and Debbie Green, we're still really close, and it was just fun. Jeannie Beaupre, Jeannie Reeves now, love playing with her. I remember we had to cut her hair really short, and so we were George and Martha because we look, with the little, almost like the wigs they used to wear.
Yeah.
So we had to wear hair a certain way. Just those are kind of the people you remember. And then, gosh, I love playing with Kemner. She's just so intense.
She was a
I
hammer,
love that.
man.
Yeah.
She was an anomaly back then. She was just a beast.
I know.
That was a beast before
the
people knew what a
Odins were
beast
fun
was.
to play with.
Oh, yeah.
Rory Endicott was fun to play with. I mean, honestly, like there weren't too many people I really didn't enjoy playing with. And then over in Italy, I mean, Sabrina is one that's still my favorite people of all time. You know, we played together. But so many people, as you said, I travel everywhere to see my friends because I live in Irvine. But, you know, the people I met in Italy, she's in Peru and she's over here and they're coaching now in Greece. So it's fun I love to travel. I mean, I was terrified of it when I was 19, but I actually love to travel and go visit people. And it's kind of like the world is so small now, right? With this, we didn't have this back in the day. Right.
No.
We couldn't like in Russia go, Mom, I'm like homesick. And you had to write a letter.
Yeah. And get there 5 days later. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
crazy.
think most of these kids have any idea of the way you did it back in the 80s. And from everything, from 8-hour practices to having to sit in a jail cell because you didn't have a passport and being ushered in, like that just wouldn't happen today. Like things like that, you know, are such a cool part of your story and your history and just the history of volleyball too. We've had, you know, Marv Dunphy on here, Al Skates on here, and just to hear their stories talk about back when they were doing it, you know, coaching and all those things. And, you know, hearing your stories and what you've accomplished, and some of the women you just mentioned are, you know, Mount Rushmores of this country and Olympians and medalists. And, you know, Jeannie, I told Mooney, you know, she's on her text chain with the UCLA women and, you know, loving the way they live their life and get after it. And we need to get Jeannie on here sometime soon. But it's great. I'm so happy you came on to share your story because, and I know you should come on here again because there's probably a million stories we didn't even talk about.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So you mentioned it too. Tara Cross Battle is just a love.
Wonderful.
You know, like there's so many people that I've played with that are still to this day just, you know, my favorites to be around and play with.
Debbie is one of the sweetest people I've ever met, I think. She actually, I tell people till this day, and they don't know who she is, but I'm like, that was my mentor of how to set from a coaching perspective. She kind of took me under her wing, quote unquote, right? It wasn't like years or anything, but she taught me how to teach how to set. I tell people, I go, there's a West Coast and there's an East Coast. West Coast is Debbie Green style, and then East Coast is everybody else. That's what I kind of say to everybody. But she's the one to tell me, she's just been the sweetheart. But it's interesting, everybody, that we've all been around the world. Do you know how many people has never left their city, not even their state, even today? And to hear you guys or all of our adventures and hear Paula say just everywhere in the world. I mean, how fortunate your lives have been through volleyball in order to make that happen. You kind of got to sit back and go, just be astonished. I mean, people don't get out of their state, and we're talking countries, and you're talking, I spent 2 weeks here and then I moved 2 weeks over my country to go another. I mean, it's just
17 years.
Your story is amazing, Paula. And like I said, just for the general fan, just to hear this, they have to be in on. I agree with Coley. I'd love to have you back. I think we're just scratching the surface on this. And
when you come back, this is going to be tough. And I know, and it's not going to be, it's like being on the bench. Like you said, starting and being on the bench. We'd love to hear your all-time 6 USA women's volleyball players, the starting 6. You could be in it, you could be out of it. It's not about who's
like that. Yeah.
I'd like to hear who, and again, it could be like Debbie Green and it could be, you know, Plummer on the outside from today to then. I'd love to hear.
And add
this
a
era and that era, maybe, or do I have to do
that.
Everybody?
Absolutely. And
we could do eras, but
together.
Let me ask you this. I think the answer is we clean house. But if you were to put a team together for both the men and the women, just a team, 15. Let's go. We get 15 or what? How many do you get in the Olympics? What's the roster? 12 or 15?
12, I think.
Is it 12, Paula, in the Olympics?
No, they went to.
I thought it was 14 or 15.
14, I do believe, because when we did 12, you only had one libero. So when you did 6s, it was a little bit tougher. So I think they added 14, and then I do believe.
So this might be a little challenge for everyone out listening to the podcast is feel free to send us emails or put it on this is the best 14 players for the United States for both men and women, and the best 14 from Cuba, from Russia, who wins, right? Like, obviously, you're on the women's team. Karch is on the men's team. You know, Joel Despaigne is on Cuba's team. We could go on. I'd be curious to see who your top USA women's volleyball roster would be.
With libero or without libero?
Ooh, that's a great one, because we'd have to throw Sato in, who wasn't a libero, but you'd have to put Isat as a libero.
I was just going to say, Leanne Sato got, you know, she would have been one of the best liberos the U.S. had if she had had that opportunity. She only got to come in for 3 rotations. So.
Right. It's like Eric. Eric did kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Just again, we'll put that on the shelf for the next time and give you some thought, and then you can maybe make some phone calls and say, "Listen, I left you off the list, but I love you. Don't get mad. Don't get mad at me. You're still one of my favorite players."
Yeah, I don't know. You're putting me in a really bad spot.
We asked
Holly couldn't do it either. We asked Holly, and Holly wouldn't do it.
Yep.
It's
But hey,
a tough one.
why not?
Yeah.
You know, you've been around so many great players. So, Paula Weishoff, thank you so much for taking the time to be on Set the Pipe. It sure was awesome. We can't wait to have you back.
Thank you for having me. It was awesome. It was fun. I enjoyed it.
Thanks, Paula. Really appreciate you.
Hopefully you had fun. Yeah. Thank you so much.